SD card error. Fine, we got back on. Quick started it. That's good.
Okay. Okay, so welcome to anyone who's on so far. We are at the Farmers Rally in London, and as you can see, they brought a tank this time. A whole tank. The convoy is lining up. I believe that the tractors are set to begin. So I believe the tractors are going to set off at about 1 o'clock. So I think they're just kind of getting everything ready now.
Turn it off. Stop. We're not moving. If you want to turn it off. If I turn it off, it won't restart. Okay, that's fine. You've got to pull down gently. Close on or close off?
Sorry, but can I just, before you say, we just ask what it was. So, is this the same one that you parked outside of Wicks and Basil Stores?
That's the one, yeah.
I met the guy called Paul. Yes, I met him many times.
He also did DFS.
Yes. I've definitely seen this one before, sorry.
They were straight out to my place in, oh crikey, the next day. They were, that quick.
Well, same with the Wicks, there for a while
Wicks didn't do anything. 42 days it was out there. They would rather spend the money on advertising to get new customers in rather than looking after customers that they've ripped off.
Yeah, sure. Well, they make papers, so that's good.
Even in Australia, yeah.
Well, there you go.
Hello, lady.
Hiya. So, could you tell us about your tank, please, and why you brought it today?
This is one of many, and we do tank driving days. But I support the farmers' cause partly because I've got a farmer and I've got a son.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've got a farm and I've got a son. So one day, when I pop off, he's going to have a massive bill, which may keep me alive longer.
So, do you feel like many other farmers where they feel like they may not be able to keep all of their land, if not any of it, in the future?
The problem is you need an awful lot of land to make an average living. And if you have to get rid of like a big lump of it, you can't make a living anymore. And they'll never have the money to buy it back. They'll never pay the taxes. 40%, it'll just break.
So cool.
Look at the longer little thing. That's because you saw your face. I'm going to keep that. You saw your face in the
Oh my god. It's like paparazzi. Okay, so we actually have quite a police presence here already. I had to get in quite close to that last interview because this tractor came up, so I believe it's going to be like last time and they're going to start doing rows. So hopefully like last time I'll be able to get a nice shot of them walking through.
I'm so sorry.
Will Yahweh, Will Yahweh, taxman's life.
More tractors in.
So this is Will from the Taxpayers Alliance.
Hi.
They try
Hi.
and make sure we pay less tax.
Oh, awesome.
I'm
like
paying,
you already.
I'm
went
paying
into-
no inheritance tax as well.
Oh, lovely.
So yeah, make sure it's all lined up.
Yep.
Cool. Get the angle a little bit. There we go. Perfect. A little bit closer. And perfect. Yeah.
Okay, so would you like to tell us a little bit about why you're here today?
Yeah, sure. So my name is Will Yarwood. I'm the Media Campaign Manager at the Taxpayers Alliance, and actually we've been very supportive of the farmers ever since Labour government tried to introduce this family farms tax, which is going to decimate family farms all across the UK. We've been doing a little work sort of proving how actually the best way to get the money that they need to raise is actually not by slamming farmers at home, but actually by taking away the money they're giving to foreign farmers abroad. So we at the TPA did a piece with the Daily Express where it showed that actually we were sending over £500 million abroad on foreign projects in other farming communities across the world, and yet at home we want to slam farmers for the exact same amount of cash. So instead of slamming farmers at home, that money needs to be brought home and make sure that British farmers are put first over foreign farmers.
That's brilliant. So do you think that inheritance tax should be abolished across the board?
Absolutely, yes. We at the TP have actually just started a campaign called Scrap Inheritance Tax, because inheritance tax doesn't just affect like the very wealthy. It doesn't affect farmers, it affects family businesses, it affects ordinary people, it affects people who have just lost a loved one. You know, people who are grieving and they have to go through all this paperwork and all this nonsense. And quite frankly, it's a death tax. But there's no other way to put it, it's a death tax and it needs to go. Do I have any hope that this Labour government's going to abolish it? Not really, but I think the more pressure we put on the Tories, Reform and other parties to abolish inheritance tax, the better. And actually, I think in 2029, what we should see from those parties is a bit of boldness to say, not only are we going to reverse the family farms tax and put them first, but actually we need to scrap inheritance tax across the board.
So towards the beginning of this whole argument with the inheritance tax, there was a big debate between the Treasury's figures and DEFRA's figures.
Yeah.
Do you think that that shows maybe a lack of preparedness when it comes to doing a risk assessment from the government themselves?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, different governmental figures all arguing with each other, but it shows actually that the government doesn't have its head in line. One thing that was interesting is actually, I think it was the Environment Secretary just had this dropped on him out of the Treasury. Rachel Reeves just presented it to him and said, we're going to have to do X, Y and Z. Now obviously he's had to try and sell that despite the fact that he's not in farming himself, so he knows virtually nothing about farming anyway. But yeah, there is an inherent conflict in the Westminster Whitehall system about this at the moment, which again isn't surprising considering how off message and all over the place Labour's been since they've been in power. But yeah, I mean, am I surprised that the figures are wrong and that they've been disagreed with? Absolutely not. But the key point here is actually the majority of the British public wants inheritance tax to go. The majority of the British public actually doesn't agree with the family farmers tax, inheritance tax on family businesses and so on and so forth. So actually, if Labour actually wants to regain a little bit of popularity and actually indeed see that they're going to actually do something about the economic crisis and the issue we have in this country, they need to be doing what they need to do is reverse the family farms tax, reverse national insurance, and actually have a look at actually phasing out inheritance tax. But like I said, I don't think that's going to happen under them anytime soon.
Where do you see this going if Labour still carries on refusing to do a reversal?
Where do I see it going? I see family farms going out of business. I see, you know, food security being impacted, meaning we're more reliant on foreign countries. I see big corporations coming in, big agricultural corporations coming off and taking the land, which I don't think is good for, you know, family farms, and I don't think it's good for Britain, and I don't think it's good for our food security. I mean, you know, we do import a lot of our food already, but we do have a decent farming sector, a decent agricultural sector that produces a lot of the food in our supermarkets and in our shops. So if all of that goes, you're going to see people put out of business, people who've been in farming for generations, right? This is not just, you know, people get into farming because they think it can make money out of it, because that's obviously not true. Farmers are pretty cash poor and actually don't go in it for money. It's an inherited generational thing, which is fantastic. So if this happens, if they don't back down, which unfortunately I don't think they will, you're going to see farmers going out of business, food security affected, and less British food on your shelves at the supermarket, I'm afraid.
So what can the average British person do you think, to help the farmers if they can't make it to these kinds of events?
Sure. Well, I think first of all, what they need to do is just voice the support on social media. You know, liking things, retweeting things, reposting things, sharing things to show your support in that way is really, really effective, because that's how you get to people these days, via social media. Second thing also is just by making sure that when you're going out shopping, you know, whether it's a supermarket or your local shop, making sure you're buying British from British farmers, showing, giving them your support. And third of all is actually by, you know, signing petitions. Like I said, we've got a petition going on at the moment called Scrap Inheritance Tax, showing your support for organisations like the Countryside Alliance, so on and so forth, to show that actually you're not going to put up with this nonsense. And also write to your MP. Write to your MP and demand, especially if you're in a rural area, demand that your MP actually do something and stand up in the House of the Parliament, because many MPs, including Labour MPs, do have rural constituencies, and that's going to affect these people specifically. So there's a few things people can do, but of course I'd always encourage people to come out, support your farmers at protests like this, because not only is it good fun, it's really, really important.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for giving me some
No
of your
worries
time.
at
It was
all.
lovely to meet
Lovely to
you.
meet you too.
Thank you. So, already, just in that short time, we are already starting to see a lot more tractors. Don't know if you guys can see, there are 2 rows of tractors now. Let's try and see how far down this is going so far. Okay, so we still have more tractors yet to join. As you guys can see, this is about how far down the convoy goes so far. Oh. And it's just started to rain, so we've got some lovely classic British weather.
have to keep it legal, we have to keep it well within the law, and we have to keep turning up the heat. And where we end up, I don't know. I mean, ultimately, I think the ultimate sanction is a national tax strike, because they rely on the private sector for all the taxes. The private sector collects and delivers them to the government, gift wrap. So in the end, I think if people really don't think they're being properly governed by people who are supposed to be serving them, you have to basically withdraw your mandate to fund it all, because it's not right.
So one big question for everyone is that it looks like, I'm hearing, who knows, but this government may well make some kind of compromise. But many are saying, let's get rid of inheritance tax for all. That, of course, also means all sorts of other questions, right?
Well, there's only one answer to it all, Alan.
Yeah.
Elect a reform government. We would scrap IHT. It's a venal tax. It's a tax on money that's already been taxed.
So far,
and what it does is it breaks up the private sector. What we want is a vibrant, strong private sector. It's private sector investment that makes sense. State investments never make sense. All you have to do is look at communism or any form of central planning. It doesn't work.
So one last question. We know that, I'm seeing Elon Musk is reposting you a lot. We know in America there's had a whole sea change, make America healthy again, and the public behind making things efficient. What's your prognosis now for Britain? The public are angry. What we face with? How are we going to see things change?
Well, the only hope we've got, I think, Alan, is watch what Elon Musk, Donald Trump and the team are doing out there. It's quite extraordinary that Starmer seems to want to cuddle up to a failing Europe rather than a vibrant, deregulating America. And if you look at what Elon Musk's doing, he is exposing the fact that at the centre of the Western governments now is huge amounts of fraud, because we've become too centrally planned. That's what happens when you get central planning, you get fraud. That's what happens when you get quantitative easing, you get fraud. And what he's doing is he's going to ultimately expose it, get rid of it, and that will release private sector enterprise, and then we will start to do what the West is good at. We will start to innovate and grow, and we can all find our own level much better.
Fantastic, thank you, Rupert.
So would you prefer to have a Dutch minister in Britain too? Because it's the Department of Governmental Efficiency. What is Elon Musk is ruling?
Well, we need the equivalent of DOGE here.
Yeah, so
And I think we'll find a lot more waste here than probably Elon Musk has found so far in America.
maybe you should invite
Or
him.
we are asking questions and exposing it. When we actually get to the levers of power, I think it'll be absolutely horrific.
Thank you.
Don't worry.
Thank you very much, Rupert. I want to get a little shot on the tank.
Where's Katia? Right, we get up on the tank. We get up on the tank. I can do that. No, I get up. Fine, what's it? Right.
We are bombers. Go on, hold one of them. 3.
Good. Well, thank you, everybody. So I'll jump down. Mind up. Contact my team in Parliament. Email me in Parliament.
Okay, I will.
Okay.
So, do you think we need a UK version of Doge?
Oh, very definitely.
Yeah.
Very definitely. The country is being run by charlatans and criminals. We definitely do.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you.
We had businesses, we had family, farmers, we had veterans.
Well, we've got about 400 people on there. So that's Alan. He's with, just to say you're with Will. He's Monty's boss.
So we're coming in to support today in solidarity with all the farmers, but businesses as well, the public and veterans, to say we don't want to see IHT, and we want to ensure that we secure our food security and our future together. But the people who've organised this, there's separate organisers, but lots of farmers. We're from Farmers to Action and together.
So farmers and veterans are actually the backbone of your society. And both groups are very left behind right now in the UK. So what do you hope will change? Or do you think that the MPs will have started to have common sense again today and maybe be a little bit more open for discussions to make the inheritance taxes not that crucial?
Well, you know, at the end of the day, common sense it seems to be lacking. I'm all about the common people, a bit like Thomas Paine. Common sense in the sense of the Enlightenment views about freedom, virtues, duty, service. But you know, what we've seen much more is people wanting to shut down debate. We've seen people being imprisoned for posts. You know all about that.
Yep.
We've seen people being smeared. What we haven't seen is an honest debate and discussion about the reality that working people and everyday people face in Britain, of which farmers are part of. We should remember, farmers are only making 0.5% return on investment. They do it because of legacy, of family, and these new inheritance taxes are going to push them past the brink. It's going to mean we don't want to see solar panels and BlackRock owning the farms. Like with our energy, we need food security, but the public are wise to this, and there's only so much you can keep calling people far right before they just go, well, that doesn't mean anything anymore. We want to have a real conversation. We're seeing it in America. We're seeing that, I've just come back from DC, the amount of enthusiasm from the public, all different types of people, all coming out supporting. And we're seeing it here, we're seeing it in the polls, right? And I think today in Parliament, they need to take this very seriously. I'm not sure if they're going to.
I was wrong. Sorry, that's my fault. Get Steve. We've got a bit of space. We'll grab Alan in a second. Remember Steve? You remember him from the last one?
Yeah, I remember.
I saw you pointing, saying, go talk, get him. Almost as big as Rupert Lowe, but not quite.
And remember and give it a second. And back on
Can we
again.
use filters, please?
Not necessary.
Oh, it's too kind.
Tell him you don't want to call from his agent.
There's another crowd of people up there around somewhere. I don't want to point out there might be someone bigger than me up there, but sorry. Oh, you're so kind. Anyway, do you have a question? I just
Yeah,
want
so
to
tell us
show
a
my
little
face.
bit about what the turnout is like here today, and yeah, just what you're
It's
doing.
great. I mean, it's only just started, hasn't it? I think they've only just started to
Yeah.
arrive, so I assume there's a lot more to come. I know they started in Mill Hill in North London first, So yeah, no, it's another good day to be out to support the farmers and show the government that the British people stand behind our farmers.
So obviously there's been quite a few farmers' rallies at the moment. Do you think that we're any closer to getting Labour to reverse the inheritance tax?
I don't know. I mean, I have heard rumours that you know, they are thinking about doing some U-turns on some things. So who knows? I mean, I don't think they've said anything specific on the inheritance tax issue for farmers. But hopefully they have got a bit of a wake-up call that they can't just do this without any reaction from the British people. Because, you know, simple, no farmers, no food.
Towards the beginning of this argument, obviously, with the inheritance tax, there was a lot of debate between the actual figures of how many farms this would affect, obviously between the Treasury and DEFRA. Do you think that shows the lack of risk assessment of the Labour government?
Oh, completely. Everything they don't do risk assessments for. I mean, even the taking the winter fuel payments away from the elderly.
Well, they did a risk assessment, they just didn't release it.
Well, that is true. But they don't seem to do these assessments, and they also don't think about their communications plan. Yeah. They just throw these things out, and then the country reacts. And Starmer's personal ratings go down and down and down. The Labour Party's level of support in the polls goes down and down and down. You know, Reform and now it seems consistently in the last few polls ahead of them, and both ahead of Labour and the Conservatives. So. And, you know, Reform are now going for the Labour Party big time. I've been saying we should be doing that for a long time. Labour, and the joke of this government, should be the major number one target of the Reform Party currently, and I think that now is the case.
So do you think that the Reform Party is going to be able to get in the hopefully soon foreseeable future and fix things, or do you...
Well, I mean... Probably. We've got 4.5 years. If only it was 4.5 hours. 4.5 years to wait for the general election. Will they last that long? Who knows? But, you know, we've got local elections. Obviously, they've stolen local elections from lots of counties, so people are going to be denied the vote to vote for Reform. And they know Reform are going to do very, very well in these coming elections. So, you know, they've stolen that vote from all those counties. But I think Reform will start coming through in the actual elections now. And people will see that we are a real opposition, both verbally and actually in power as well.
Well, because of the postponing of the local elections, a lot of people, in fact, a vast majority of people have been withholding council tax. Do you think that will make the Labour Party panic?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, even if people do that, I don't think there will be huge numbers that will do that. But I guess it is part of the general reaction to these things, which is one of anger and disgust. So I'm sure, as I say, it will add to the demonstration that this country is very, very unhappy with what this Labour government is doing.
Okay, well, thank you for giving me
Pleasure.
some of your time.
Thank you.
All the help we can get. Heather's here with Farmers to Action. Farmers to Action is the biggest, fastest growing organisation of independent farmers that felt like they're not being represented, and together is working with Farmers to Action, over 5,000 now, with over 45 counties. Farmers to Action are the guys that did the rallies and also stopped at the retail distribution centre, Morrison's and others, where we saw Morrison's then come out in support of farmers against the government on IHT, and all the rest of the supermarkets do the same. Now, some others who said that was going to be irresponsible are now trying to take credit for it, but we're a broad church. We're all about everyone supporting each other. And so here we are today. We're working with veterans, we're working with businesses, family businesses as well as farms and the public, because we believe the way things change is to make sure that everyone has their voices heard. So we've got the public letting their MPs know, as well as councillors. But we've had veterans speak today. We had Matt Hellier who's in the SAS. We've had Darren Selkus. We've had Adam Brooks, who's a publican in entertainment. as well as people from, the military, as well as farmers, June Mummery from fishing. And what we're really saying today is that, they inside in Parliament got to listen. There's been a petition for 147,000 people. There'll be a debate there, but the public support our farmers, and we're not going to go away. And we encourage everyone to get involved. Farmers to Action, togetherdeclaration.org.
How far are farmers and their supporters willing to go before the Labour Party finally listens?
The thing is, the farmers have got their backs up against the wall. So this is an existential issue. They're not going to stop. And I'm going to say we're not going to stop, because our food security, we've seen what's happened with energy, where we start saying, oh, it's because of your footprint, and then we'll have it brought in from over there, and all of a sudden the prices go up. We can't afford to have that with our food. Part of our backbone, our culture, our way of life. It's our food security for our families. That's why it's everyone, not just farmers. Every citizen has an interest in this. And, farmers, they're robust and they're strong, and they deal with difficult things all the time. They're not going away. We're not going to do it like the Europeans. We don't have to, because those weak technocrats, those authoritarians are going to have to back down on this.
Yeah, well, that's great. So obviously towards the beginning of this argument, there was a lot of debate between the figures, between the Treasury and DEFRA's own figures. Do you think that shows a lack of risk assessment by the Labour Party?
I think that the Labour Party are floating in a world of not knowingness. You've got these guys, right, in the Treasury, who's completely different stats to DEFRA. They kind of roll on in, work from home, whatever they're doing, make it up. Oh, a few posh people in the country, a few aristos, and no one's going to care. All the city dwellers won't care about the farms. They've lost their marbles, right? They're unhinged. They have no relationship to the public. We, the people, we're seeing what's going on in America. We've seen, and also Make America Healthy Again, right? That whole thing about food and the public. We're seeing that big rush of, yes, we're going to the public has its voice at the heart of things. These technocrats, they need to see that. I think their time's done, to be honest, but that's why we're seeing more and more people in polling vote for new parties that never even existed before here, right? And the main thing is that if they're not going to be responsive, they're going to have to get out of the way. Because what they've done, and I will say thank you to Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer, because actually what you managed to do, you're attacking the pensioners, attacking students, attacking farmers, attacking everyone. You're bringing us all together. You've done our job for us. You're actually doing that work. And, if I was your SPAD, if I was your special advisor, I'd be saying stop and make a compromise, but who knows with them.
So do you think that there's a bigger agenda at play here with the food security?
Well, it certainly looks like when you have meetings with BlackRock and you've got solar panels going on farms, that there's some very worrying issues, right? The consolidation of capital. Now, to be honest, the consolidation of capital has been a thing that's happened in any industry. But what we need is a proper assessment, and we need the public engaged, right? What the future of our food looks like, what kind of food we're going to have, where is the public in all of this, right? A proper engagement, proper manifesto. There is a new party that's saying they're going to abolish inheritance tax for all, but this is bigger than even inheritance tax. It's about a fair price for farmers, a fair price for all of us. It's about, the future of our food security, where we're going as an island nation, and how we organise those things.
And it's also about the quality of our food, isn't it? I mean, how does the Beauvais argument?
Yeah, Britain, as it happens, has better quality standards than most other people. So if you get rid of British farms, or you have a few big corporations running it, those standards are going to get depleted and got rid of. And we can't afford that either. So it's really essential. Everyone should have their voices heard. Get involved, Farmers to Action or togetherdeclaration.org.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, guys.
Great. So we want to hold their signs up. Oh wow! Oh wow! They're amazing. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. There's so much fun. Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. Convoy is starting to really pile up now.
Okay, that's James Cleverly.
Let me just sort myself out here.
It's a special happy day. As we do it quickly, can we do it quickly? We've now got many more tractors coming down. We've even got some tanks, some reconnaissance vehicles, because we know this inheritance tax is not just for farmers. This morning we've had a big rally where we had businesses and veterans and the public. It's impacting everyone, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the thing, eat, and that puts us in a less secure situation. The people who look after the countryside won't be able to do so, and that will cost us more money. So everything about these decisions is wrong-headed, poorly thought through. It is putting at risk family farms, and if the government had any sense work, and ultimately they are going to have to realise how foolish they've been.
So how many people are going to be in this debate? We're seeing 147,000 people in the petition. That's why the rally's here today. What do you think it's going to look like and what's going to happen?
Well, it's in one of the smaller rooms in Parliament, so I suspect it'll be oversubscribed. So most of the people who might want to speak probably won't get the chance. I won't be able to, because I'm going to try and speak in the Borders debate. But I wanted to come out here and show my support, because this is an issue which is not going to go away. It's not going to go away because this is about people's livelihoods, and it's about the food security of our country.
Wonderful, James. Thank you very much.
Thank you, mate.
Boom. Cheers. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Emma. I'm with Resistance GB. Would you mind just giving me a couple of minutes?
With who?
Resistance GB.
What's
How
that?
did we do
It's
on
a
the way
YouTube
in?
channel.
The YouTube channel. Okay.
Hi James, I'm a reporter in the Daily Mail.
Hello, mate.
How are you?
I'm good. Hang
do you mind if I
on.
just-
Do one quick one.
Okay, so would you like to tell us about why you're here today?
Well, I've got a rural constituency. I've got lots of farmers in my constituency, and they recognise what I think the country needs to understand is that if these changes go through, it will put the livelihood of rural businesses, not just farming businesses, but all kinds of rural businesses, at risk. That undermines our food security, that undermines our economic security. This is a stupid policy, very poorly thought through, and the best thing the government should do is recognise how daft they've been and scrap the whole thing.
Right, so
Have a photo with you.
I got a scoop. Thank you. Thank you.
When he talks, can I-
I've got a log arm. That's good. Right, so ask them all their view, why they're here, what we're doing.
Of course, right. Okay, so why here today? Simply put, these guys are why we can eat. These guys are why we are here. They look after the countryside. They care for students, and they care for their families. And surely, any country that has any idea of being secure in its food, secure in its future, cares about those who care for the countryside. And thus I'm here.
And is it just about farmers, or is it about just Britain in general?
Well, farmers speak to Britain in general. If you ask a foreigner, what do they think about this country? They're not looking at central Birmingham. They're looking at the beauty of our countryside. It's about the village, it's about the pubs, it's about our culture, it's about our lifestyle, it's about everything we are. That's basically it.
Do we share that?
Oh, absolutely. When you fly into Heathrow, if it's clear enough, you see a patchwork of fields, and it's the most beautiful thing. It is Britain. So without those fields, without those farmers, we're going to start importing food, like we're doing with oil. You know, we're doing exactly the same thing to the farmers as we've done to the oil industry. It's absolutely shocking. I'm from Louth and Horncastle. There's more farmers in that area than anything else, right? And anywhere else in the country. We need to support our farmers 100%. And these people up and down this street, they're not farmers. Most of them are members of the public, and they're 100% behind the farmers.
I'm not a farmer, I'm just a member of the public, and I'm in massive support. What about yourself, sir?
Yeah, so I work on a farm in Lincolnshire.
I'm from Lincolnshire.
Oh, are you? Oh,
yeah,
cool.
just outside of Peterborough.
Right, okay.
Not nice to be in Lincolnshire.
Louth area, so.
Okay.
Well, yeah, no, it's. Sometimes with the
I think before when I interviewed Ties, I think you thought I was going to go in with the pressure. To be fair, I did run out quite quick.
So could you tell us a little bit about why you're here today?
I'm here because, though I'm not a farmer, I support their cause entirely. I think it's imperative that we as a people recognise the importance of the farmers, both for some food security, but also for a conception of who we are as a nation, the little people. Because what the tax that they're bringing in, the IHT they're bringing to the family farms, will destroy small entrepreneurs. Oh, it plays into the hands of big business and international finance. Oh yeah, it plays into their hands, but what it doesn't do is maintain that continuity. We don't own this land, and we have a government that doesn't understand that sort of longevity. And these people represent it to their very bones.
Yes. So, obviously, are you affiliated with the Reform Party?
Yeah, I used to work for them. I'm now just a member. I'm an ordinary member. But,
so what would the Reform Party do given the opportunity?
Well,
to fix this
they've made
issue?
it very clear that they oppose the inheritance tax, but not just on farms. Across the board, it is an invidious tax. It's a tax on a tax on ambition. It's a tax on people being able to protect themselves from the depredations of the state. They've paid money on that. They've paid tax on that money already, and they're being expected to pay it again. For what? For a series of public services that don't work, for a mindset that opposes who they are, and it takes people's independence away, it takes their liberties away, it takes their freedoms away. If you cannot build up some sort of bulwark against the state, you will be crushed by it. I'm not sure if I go as far as all that, but looking around the world, there does seem to be something funny going on, what's been happening in Holland and elsewhere. The drive to cover our fields in what I think are reasonably pointless. Look at the sky. Oh, look at all that sunlight. Yeah, really pointless. The wind farms, the solar farms. These, I think, are not good for the environment, not good for the countryside. They do not provide the energy security we need, and they pollute. To produce them, you need to have 14-year-olds digging holes in mines in countries that we wouldn't even bear thinking about. They are not good things, despite how the virtuous of our world, the technocratic elite, the Ed Miliband's of this country, seem to pretend to think. They are the good people, we are the bad people. But who cares about the countryside? Who cares about the future of this country? It's the people those people despise.
So does this view extend to the Beauvais argument, the feed additive?
I will admit that I'm ignorant about that. I am aware of it. I have looked into it a little bit, but I haven't dug deep enough to be. I'm uncomfortable about anything being plunked into foodstuffs without it being labelled properly, without it being tested properly.
Yeah, just
but
to boil it
for
down.
example, I don't have a huge issue with chlorinated chicken.
Yeah.
We have chlorinated salads every day. So there are certain things I don't have an issue with. I think one does have to follow the Beauvais because I don't know enough.
Okay, well thank you for giving me some of your time.
No problem at all. And you.
Thank you.
Alan's disappeared.
We have another tank. Oh, another 2 tanks. Tractors are really starting to roll in now. We have 4 rows.
Off after the last interview. There's battery after this, so we've got a fresh one ready to go. Share. Yo, where's Alan? Legit, we need to find him.
If you were going to vote for someone today, who would you vote for? About 4J. You can find them.
Apologies for the wait, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the view of the tractor so far. We are just trying to track down some good interviews for you all. Obviously, as always, please do subscribe to our Patreon if you haven't already. It helps us cover the cost of our journalism and it allows us to bring you some news that mainstream media doesn't always or refuses to. And also you'll get access to behind the scenes footage and exclusive clips, so please do support us, we'd be most grateful. So the tractors are really, it's now 1:15, so they should be getting moving really any minute.
Well, I want to be on that.
Just scan around you, that's fine. What's your name? Mike? Yeah.
Jag är helt behövd.
Yes, please. What you can do? Hold one of them between your faces. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm great when you get married. Get this baby easy this one. How big is it? That's it.
We're back where we started. Now let's back to the photo.
Here we go, a little interview.
Farmers to action in the house.
Emma, get the shot from the middle. You get better. Thank you. The new Jordan size. Okay, come on, let's go.
I saw Alan somewhere up there. Yeah?
Okay, I'm happy to as well.
Would you both like to do one?
Oh, no. Let Jim go first.
Okay.
He's much more important than I am.
Okay, so would you like to tell us why you're here today?
And we're here today to tell Keir Starmer that he's got to stop the farm tax because it is going to ruin farming.
So are you a farmer yourself?
Oh,
or
yes.
Are you in support?
Yes.
So what do you farm?
Sheep and arable.
Okay. So what other issues have you come up against? Obviously there's been the price of fertiliser and fuel been an issue
Yes,
for you as well?
yeah, I mean they're all issues, but this is a farm killer. This tax is an absolute farm killer, and it will kill every farm in the country.
So before...
We'll all be in debt to the government.
Yes, well, that seems to be the plan that they're going for.
Yeah, so I think probably that's for everyone though at the moment, but you know.
Before this inheritance tax bombshell, did you have a plan to pass this down onto children?
Yes.
I'm afraid we have to go. I'm so sorry.
So I'll leave you to it.
I'm so sorry to cut you short.
Sorry, you carry on.
I've been doing that all my life, but that's the only way you get anything actually done. Yeah. Did I say that?
Hi Nigel.
Hello mate, you all right?
Good to see you here.
Thank you very much.
It's really astonishing, isn't it? Right, that there's a debate that's going on in Parliament, but you're one of the few people that are coming out here to speak to the farmers, the veterans, the businesses, the public.
You must have seen some MPs. No?
Thin on the ground.
Was he?
Yes.
Well, there you are. That's something. And
the NFU at maximum has 40,000. Farmers Action are doing, and with Together, and your point about rural communities, I think, is essential. I suppose the question we've got is, after this debate today, are they going to back down? Where's this all going?
Point is, if this continues, if they really misuse already, the last thing they need is the rural community turning against them.
We've just seen in America report for
what actually works anymore, and what confidence do we have that Labour or the Conservatives are going to turn the mood of the country around? And that's the other marked contrast, you know. I was over for the inauguration, individual sectors, in this case farmers today, so there you are, but the red...
I think he's going into the pub as per usual.
People really shove it, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
People really don't know, He's getting like bodied from every angle.
On 3, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. There we go. Get away! Being around
Yeah.
Good work. These are our countries here. There's literally the bodies around you.
Okay, so I do apologise to anyone for the signal cover. We did get an interview with Farage. It will be on the GoPro and it will be released after. It was just because there was a lot of people around me, so the signal.
Build a mass, thing for farmers, I suppose. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, our beef's with the government, and they know they've done wrong, and they do know they've done wrong, but they just won't admit it, and they don't want to back down, because once they back down on this, I suppose they've got to back down on everything, haven't they?
Yeah. Is there another political party at the moment that gives you hope, or not at all?
Honestly, no, I don't. I think the whole job's got too. I mean, now they're all politicians, aren't they? And they study as politicians. They're not. They've never had other jobs. They're not businessmen or anything like that. And just basically, they're trained in talking rubbish. And I've never. And what really winds me up is as well, is they never answer a question, do they? They just gabble a load of old rubbish, go back to some script they got. They never actually give an answer.
Yeah. So where do you see all of this going if the Labour Party continues to refuse a reversal of the inheritance tax?
I don't know. I mean, a lot of people keep saying we've got to get a bit more French, but we'll wait and see about that.
Do you think that farmers here would be willing to do that? Would you be willing to do something like that?
I don't know. I think maybe once it's started, and I think there are farmers that would do that.
Yeah.
I don't think it'd take a lot at all for somebody.
Not inheritance tax. We've had problems with going, and then my dad now going, and then my dad now is waiting for the will to go through, so that he can get charged the full inheritance tax. So basically, my dad's got a guarantee or hope that he lives another 14 years, so that we don't get taxed. Else, we'll have to sell quite a proportion of the farm to survive. Just a stab in the back when we do everything we can. We do everything we can to help our communities around us, as well as grow food to the red tape, to the rules to meet legislation, to meet the best of the best. We could grow the best. We could grow the best stuff we can. Only at the end of the day, feed our country, and keep our industry going, because we're one of the probably the last industries left in the country, because we've had loads of over the years, like steelworks and stuff have all shut down, and most of our stuff now is made in China or other countries, we just want to keep going so that we can grow the food and guarantee some level of food security.
So as your fifth generation, am I right in thinking that when the bill is in full effectiveness?
Yeah. All right.
So no worries, but thank you. How many interviews? Or batteries? This is the first of 3 in my pocket, and then there's 3 more in the backpack. Shouldn't need that many, but just in case. Just double check that the batteries are all good. Good. Can you tell me? Yeah. This is a stage. Oh. I should probably be doing that too. I love how he just keeps me updated. It is cold. Baby, would you mind just taking this off for me for a minute? Just get some B-roll of the tractors. Oh my. You're here, that's just...
Nigel Farage. Supporting our farmers.
Well, we enjoyed today's. Oh, yeah, me too. Going for a walk up there, Dad.
Shall I see you back at tractors?
What did you get for that?
Something felt faint. Pulled over something.
Farm. Already, it's only enough for one person to farm.
What's Willsy training you?
You
see a picture of the
We're going to have to sell a portion of this, which then makes the farm unfine.
Alright.
Yeah.
Okay, so I believe we are back up and running with the signal now. And here we have stage, still being kind of set up, everything's still getting ready. So you guys can see, we've got, I believe, 6 rows of tractors going all down there. And then another 4 rows.
I've already got some space reserved. I'll put the bag down there. This gentleman's looking after it. Go on this way, this way.
So don't go over there.
After you. We're going down.
Like, all good.
No, they're all right.
The most flamed up fast tracks in London.
I don't care, I'm not ashamed. They can't arrest me for it. Right. See that up there?
The sign. Or the Starmer and the Kiddie Harbour.
Do you see the people up there?
No. Oh!
Yeah, we're getting you up there.
What?
Yeah.
I don't want to go up there. So now's a good time to mention I'm scared of heights.
No, now's time to mention Patreon.
Okay. So if you haven't already, please do go over to our Patreon and subscribe for as little as £3 a month. It helps us just cover the cost of our journalism, and also you'll get access to exclusive behind the scenes footage and clips that we don't release on the main channel. And yeah, it would just be very, very much appreciated. And of course, if you haven't already, subscribe to this YouTube channel. You can also find us on X and Instagram as ResistanceGB. Please do give us a follow. And please like and share this video as well if you would be so kind. Oh, and for a one-off donation there is Buy Me a Coffee, which would also be very much appreciated.
We do need monthlies to just keep going. We've got about 70 people. So say they could be the 71st person, let's get up to 100.
I can't see it.
Yeah, you should throw it down. Start negotiating your way to the court.
Seriously?
Can you make a picture on your phone just to send it? One picture.
How do I?
You want the back of the queue?
Yeah, where's the back of the queue? Oh, is that it? Oh.
How's your whole standing up there?
This is the back of the queue, is it?
Yeah.
This is the back of the queue. So guys, if you didn't catch that on the live stream, I'm going up there. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, hold on, wait. You want to go up with, no,
Yes. It's good. I mean,
okay, so to anyone who is just joining, I am currently waiting in a queue to go in that little box there. That's then gonna be raised. Oh, have I got to climb in like that? Oh my gosh. Okay. So yep, I'm gonna be in there. I'm gonna be raised up really high. I'm doing it for you guys. Do it for the story. Oh my goodness. I love that sign though. Starmer the Kiddie Harbour, that's hilarious. The bastard destroyed our future. So I do apologise for the wait, obviously we are in a queue. Yes, we're English, so we wait patiently. Yeah. So that's where that's going. On the plus side, I'll be able to, you know, get some nice shots of the tractors. Are you going to get there with the camera? I feel like it doesn't actually look that high from here, but once you're up there. How Princess Aurora of you. She did that's the cute little compact camera. Unspoken rules. Yeah.
I said, well, no space for me. How am I not supposed?
Yeah, this is the back of the
Everybody
queue.
had the same idea.
It was extended now.
That's rude. I mean, you should reply.
So yeah, anyone who's watching, now would be a great time to go and get yourselves a lovely cup of tea, get comfortable, and yeah, wait for me to get lifted into that thing. So if you are just joining us, if you haven't already, please do subscribe to our Patreon for as little as £3 a month. You can also do a one-off donation at Buy Me a Coffee to help support our journalism and the work we do. It just helps cover the cost of bringing you the news that the mainstream media refuses to, and also covers the cost of travelling to obviously get to these events to be able to record them for you. And on the Patreon you'll get access to behind the scenes footage and exclusive clips that we don't release on the main channel. You can also find us at Resistance GB on X and Instagram.
No, but the usual many people from one house or visit center. There's no case anymore.
There they go.
Emma, do you want to interview grandfather? What? Say how it's been. No, but just say how it's been, like before. Everyone knows more.
Okay, we have our... No? Okay. Oh my gosh, Will! Put out the gutter.
Oh, that's good. It doesn't rain. You really have to come more often. I wouldn't come. I know. That's amazing. Sometimes
Not
you go
even.
at like 7 o'clock in the pitch dark, Emma, rain, it's going to take a while. It's the end of the place. And after a few hours of sun, you cannot even move.
Okay.
So you wouldn't complain as long as you dark, of course.
Alright, I'll hold my place in the queue. Excuse me, my name's Emma, I'm with Resistance GB. Would either of you gentlemen be willing to do a quick interview at all?
Here, do one.
Yeah? Yeah?
What's it for?
Resistance GB, so it's a live stream, but I also do...
What's it about?
So we're basically freedom of journalism, so we're anti-mainstream media, and we just go on the ground and review things as independent citizen journalism. Lovely. So would you like to tell us your name and a bit about why you're here today?
My name's Nigel, and I'm a 5th generation farmer, and I'm here to support all the other farmers that are under so much pressure from this government because of all the new taxes that are being introduced, most especially the inheritance tax. We can't afford all these taxes. It will make food so much more expensive, and I can't afford to die. If I die, my son will have to sell the farm to pay the inheritance tax. It's as simple as that. And we've been on that land since the Duke of Wellington's time.
That's awful.
Yeah. So that's why we're here. We've come up in a tractor about 60 miles. We left home about 8 o'clock this morning. This is our 3rd trip to London, and we're going to keep doing it until this government listens. It will not listen to nobody. And you know, food is going to get short, and it's going to get even more expensive than it is now. So we just have to make a stand. What's going to happen if we don't make a stand?
Well, I spoke to a young lad earlier who said is in a similar situation. He's also a 5th generation farmer, and he said that his father can't afford to pass away.
Yeah.
How does it feel that the government has basically put this huge bombshell on you on something that you can't control?
We can't control it. I'm in my 60s. If I give my son the farm, I have to live for 7 years. Farming is the most dangerous industry in this country. At least one person gets killed every week of the year on a farm. I've had incidents where I've been taken away in an ambulance on a farm, where I've been attacked by my cows. Can I risk giving my farm to my son and not survive in 7 years? If I don't survive 7 years, he's going to have to pay tax. So I'm in a cleft stick, I'm in a no-win. What can I do? And we don't do it for the money, we do it because we love our industry. Yeah.
There seems to be a common misconception that farmers are wealthy when obviously it's assets, isn't it?
Yes, it's assets. We ain't wealthy. We're asset rich, cash poor. We ain't got no money. We ain't got no money.
Do you think that the Labour government has any redeemable qualities and any chance of turning this around, or do you think that they've just got to go?
I don't think they're sustainable. I think that Mr. Starmer's the most unpopular person in the country. And I've seen governments come and go, but I've never seen one that's so unpopular with the public. Everyone we've met driving up here, we've met thousands and thousands of people stood on the pavements. We've come up in tractors, they're all waving at us, giving us thumbs up, supporting us. We have got the support of the majority of the public. We've never had so much support in our lifetime. They're with us because they know that without us, they've got no hope. You need a farmer every day of your life.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I only get from the farm, raw milk all the way.
Well done. Well done.
How does it feel to have so many people that aren't farmers that are out here supporting you?
It's so encouraging. It's brought me to tears. It's brought me to tears. I've never known the encouragement that we've had. I got people from all over the country contacting me. We're supporting you. Go there, do it. You know? I went online last night and I quoted in Tiananmen Square when that broke off, a little piece of paper went round the crowd in Tiananmen Square, and on that bit of paper was written, if not us, who? If not now, when? And this is our when time. Mr. Starmer, this is our when time.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much for giving me some of your time. Have a lovely day.
God bless you.
God bless you. So guys, so Will and everyone is just holding my place in the queue to go up in that. I hope it's not a death trap. I'm terrified. So I'm going to try and grab a couple of interviews while we are waiting. I'm trying to stay in the area though, so it kind of puts me at a bit of a limit, but I will do my best. Please bear with me, and I do hope you're enjoying the live stream so far. And if I haven't said, well, we've got some new people on here, do please go and subscribe to the Patreon for as little as £3 a month. It just helps us cover the costs of doing all these events, getting their equipment, uploading and all these types of things, and it just really helps us to bring you the stories that the mainstream media refuse to or try to sugarcoat, because there is no sugarcoat in this.
Get the age
Resistance GB, it's a live stream.
It's GB News.
Not GB News, it's Resistance GB.
What's Resistance GB?
We're on YouTube, so we're not mainstream media, we're independent.
You'll never see it.
There's no pressure to say yes. Just a little bit about why you're here today and
just because what they're trying to do is totally out of order.
So,
what, you want to talk?
Well, yeah.
Right.
Right.
What do you want? What do you actually want to say? What do you
what do you want? Why are we all up here? Because we're up here because...
Well, yeah, just anything that you'd like to say. Are you a farmer yourself, or are you just here in support? Yeah. How has this affected you personally? Those kinds of things.
Yeah, I'm a farmer. Go on then. You got to edit it, or is it just live stream? That's it.
Well, I'm on a live stream, but I also have the GoPro for pre-recorded, so I can edit
So
it.
if I swear, you will knock it out.
Free speech.
Free speech.
Free speech, innit? Right, so could you tell us your name and why you're here today?
My name's Mark. I'm a farmer just outside Brighton.
So do you
Been
mind,
a family farm since the turn of the century.
do you mind me asking what you farm?
Sheep. We worship arable, but we're sheep. Predominantly now supplying into local trade and into supermarket trade.
And how badly has this affected you in terms of passing on the farm?
Greatly. My grandfather first came to the farm, my father passed it on. My boys now are in their early 30s, and it is the future. Otherwise, if there's no family farms, there'll be basically no local food.
Yeah. Where do you think we are in terms of food security independently in this country?
Very poor. We're going to be more and more reliant on imports. Government policy's wrong, their mindset's wrong. We can't go to net zero just like that. We need to be food secure. Every other country in the world will want their own food, and they're not going to give it to us.
Yeah, that's great. How does it feel to have so many people out here supporting the farmers as well?
I think it's great. And there's a lot of youngsters here. There's a lot of people have come because it will affect a lot of family farms.
Yeah.
Without the family farms, the rural economy will die. It's happened. It's showing now with the Brexit money going, the BPS money going. A lot of that was profit for the farm because food has got so cheap over the years. It's not sustainable to keep producing it at the cost we're doing.
Do you think that this is a deliberate attack on our food security and the farmers by the Labour government, or do you think that it comes down to incompetence?
I think it's total incompetence, to be quite honest, but I do also think that it's a class war.
Yeah.
Seriously, I think that the way they're carrying on is basically think that there's lots of money in the rural economy, but you've got to remember that a lot of the family farms that were getting subsistence money from the EU 4 or 5 years ago are now not getting it. They're now reliant on profit, and there is no profit in the industry. Food is getting, a lot of people might not think, but food has got cheaper and cheaper over the years, and it's now becoming difficult to sustain production.
Well, thank you for giving me some of your time.
All right, that's
Hope you have a
fine.
great day. Okay. Thanks, bye. Saturday, I think it's my turn to go on the death trap.
Oh,
Okay, so we're next, are we?
This lady's next.
Okay.
You go with that lady, you go with Emma.
How does that make sense?
Two.
Yeah, why not 2, 2, 2?
That's not nothing to do. Them two, Emma and Emma, me and then
Me and Emma already planned to go up together.
these two.
One of the other things, it was so we'll be going up, up, up.
Went on it again a couple months after. I swear, the older you get, the more worried you get about your safety. It's like the amount of times that I fell over as a kid, if I fell now, I actually get and it's like, falling scares me. Yeah.
Grab that.
Yeah.
So grab the handle.
And you're up next.
Yeah, no, it's not our turn yet.
I think she's going to have something to do.
Oh, what a star. Thank you. Oh, that was fun. Good man. Cheers, buddy.
Oh, that'd be a good shot.
Does it feel higher up than it looks?
Well, that's a good Instagram shot, that.
So I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, no, you're going to enjoy it.
Can I see the pictures?
Say again? What?
Okay, so it's you two next, then we'll go up afterwards.
Yeah, one moment.
I'm going to drink some of this if you leave it.
No, don't please. Only if you sky it.
On this guy's side. Ready? I promise I don't have the lurking.
I tried to fight for it. Glenn's the only person I can share with now. I can't share a joke with my mom. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I just like to ask like at home. No, don't trust. Yeah, I don't trust. Especially with my little brother around. So guys, if I fall and hurt myself, just know I did it for you. Just know I did it for the story. So how do I get in? Do I just kind of... He's going to point the camera at me.
Look at that. Oh, that's
Pretty
cool.
Oh, beautiful.
Looking forward to that.
Okay.
We're getting the editor.
Well, you're not going to lose signal up there.
Imagine if I do.
Well, I'll go and save our spot. Nice one.
Wait, Will, you've set it to recording.
Oh, just leave it. Get like a 360 panorama. So get a nice
You got down.
I'm going, Emma going in.
I'm nervous. I don't like heights. I do this for you guys. I'm so scared. So obviously Will's going to get a lovely, unflattering shot of me climbing in, hoisting myself over. You know, it's not the most civilized approach, but you know, do what you got to do. I don't want anything to fall out my pockets. Okay, should I get in?
Brilliant, you are a star. Thank you very much.
Be careful with the camera, it's not
I've got it. Thank you.
Okay, Emma?
Oh my god.
Oh, it's a bigger
drop on the other side.
It's a bigger drop.
Yeah, it's a big drop.
You got it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, nothing fell out my pockets, right? Okay. Woo! Okay, guys, I'm in. Wait, I need to stood on like stable ground. Is that alright? Okay. Oh, okay. Woo! Okay. Wow. Oh, it's still going. It's still going. It's still going. Oh my god. Ah! Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my gosh. Wow, this is crazy, guys. Look at the turnout. Woo! No farmers, no food. Oh, down we go. Okay, that was less abrupt than when we got up, so I'm glad. Wow. That's insane. Oh, a bit wobbly. There we go. It was a bit breezy. Right.
To the car, to the street. And then there's some flips in there, right?
Okay.
Careful. Oh, Lord.
Get in there, Will.
Are you going up in as well?
Oh shit! That's mad. Wow! When it stopped at the top was.
How was it? How was the view?
My knees are doing that. I was holding on doing this. That was not nice.
Oh.
When it
That's
stopped,
what you do every day?
oh my gosh.
I know.
I thought I was gonna go. I was like, shit.
Oh my god.
Wow. That guy just come back every time.
Yeah, so did I. Like, I had to switch places with them because I was like, oh, I'm not gonna be able to turn on this. So guys, that was a mini roller coaster ride. Hope you enjoyed the show. Oh, went half breezy up there. I'm surprised that the tractors haven't got moving yet. Yeah, but the tractors were supposed to.
When are the tractors moving?
It said on the thing at 1. Then maybe it just meant gathering. Yeah. Because it did that jolt. I wasn't expecting it.
But to be honest, going back because we're this far.
So wait, did they travel here on the motorway?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, they're legends. They're legends.
Oh. It wasn't like we got to the top.
It was just
It just made me jump. I wasn't expecting it.
you screaming, me
I just wasn't expecting it. I thought it was just gonna raise and then it was gonna stop, but it did like a whole boom, boom, boom. Oh, honestly.
If our viewers at home could be here today.
I know. Yeah, I just want to say to everyone, it felt higher up than it looked.
Yeah.
Okay, so for everyone thinking that I was being a wuss, which maybe I was a little bit, you know. Okay, we're getting back into the crowd now. I believe we're going towards where the speakers are setting up. I don't know if they... Oh, I believe we're getting started.
They're not going to start till 3. We've got like another half an hour.
Oh.
Get some young cars, you know.
What Scientology? They're further the road.
No.
Excuse me.
Oh, right, okay, brilliant.
Who's it for?
It's a YouTube channel, so we're not mainstream. We're Don't feel pressure to say yes.
Yeah, well, my teenage years was the 60s and 70s.
Where's it going to end up? Everywhere.
No, anything would just happen.
No, you just do one.
What's it for?
Resistance GB. It's just about Resistance GB. So we're on YouTube. Just hit over 100,000 on YouTube.
Okay. Resistance TV.
GB.
Oh, Resistance GB.
Yes.
Okay, go on.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
So, would you like to tell us your name and why you're here today?
Yeah. So I'm here today because I'm not supportive of the government policy in the farm tax that they're proposing for April as farmers, and also for the next generation. The fact that we also feed the nation, and we're on the wrong side of having to pay that tax, then we'd have to sell our land. And once we actually have to sell our land and we lose our land, if somebody comes and buys it up, like somebody who can afford to pay the tax, then we've lost our livelihoods, we've lost our family, our family livelihoods and what's being passed down from generations. I'm a sixth generation. The application of this tax is detrimental to the future of farming in this country.
Yeah. Do you think that inheritance tax should be abolished across the board?
Sorry?
Do you think that inheritance tax should be abolished across the board?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure whether it should be completely abolished, but I mean, I obviously, I do think I think it's quite an unfair tax overall.
Yeah.
When people have actually worked hard all their lives, they've saved hard, and they've been paying tax in the process of saving, and then when they get to the end of their lives, or when they can't sort of pass on things to their families, then obviously it's quite an unpleasant tax. But I think that personally, I mean, I know obviously I'm arguing my point, but I think that inheritance tax as a whole compared to inheritance tax with land is the fact that this is doing is actually feeding the country.
Yeah.
And looking after the countryside and looking after the environment. And I think that should be something which is then supported by the government in a way that I don't believe it is.
So obviously towards the beginning of this debate, when the policy was first announced, there was a lot of debate between the figures between the Treasury and the DEFRA zone figures.
Yeah.
Do you think that shows a lack of risk assessment by the Labour Party?
Well, all I know is I'm not an expert on the figures. I have to, just like you or anybody, have to trust the figures. And okay, there is big disagreement about the figures, and possibly, I think that just the Labour government are so powerful. I think they're just trying to sort of, possibly fudge things quickly so that they can just, get through what they want ideologically.
Yeah.
Personally.
So do you think that this is perhaps part of a wider agenda?
Possibly.
Communism now?
Well,
certainly authoritarian.
It feels like that, yeah. Big government, don't like private ownership. So we're getting a taste of that in this country, which that we haven't had for a long time.
Yeah. Could I just get a nice shot of you with your sign? Is that right? Lovely. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
What we're going to do? You know Simon, don't you?
Simon.
The guy who's in front of us, I always talk to him.
You might have to remind me.
I'm going to go get a ticket for you.
Do you want to take my card?
No, I'm going to get. Do you want anything? There's an espresso store by the space station.
Actually, do you want to wait? Because I was going to see if we could set this up, and I was going to try and find a toilet. So,
Yeah. I thought he was going to be here, so I thought let me grab everything now.
Hopefully, once I've set the things between the speakers, I can.
There's only about 5 there are other ones in our store. Camera's still on. So I've got the bag there, this gentleman's looking after it, and this is Simon here. Have you met him?
I don't.
Simon, have you met Emma? Simon. Dooney?
Oh yeah, we did meet. Yeah, hi, sorry.
How was it out
Not
there?
probably. Yeah, it was felt higher than it looked. And there was a big jolt at the end, so I accidentally screamed.
Was he holding on to you?
We didn't go up at the same time.
Oh, you didn't?
Them two went up together.
Okay.
It was still scary.
Although if anyone asks you that Scream wasn't me, it was actually Will.
You got some good shots.
Right.
Nice.
That's our spot, there's the bag.
Yeah.
So this is our spot when the time comes. You'll be in that spot, so you just can shift the bag and then just take the space that the bag's taken up.
Yeah.
But you've got a perfect spot there.
Okay.
The speeches aren't meant to start till 3. We're going to go get some coffee, so what do you want?
Well, I was
Just find a toilet as well.
I was going to say, like, can you wait a bit? I want to go to the toilet. I was thinking, like,
You getting some coffee, are you?
Yeah, you could go, like, well, what, do you want to go get the food and stuff?
Can do.
Okay, right.
What do you want?
I want a meal deal.
What's a meal deal?
Well, do you know what? I want proper food, but I can't afford proper food because, you know, not enough people are subbed on Patreon.
We want food!
Okay, right, so, like, here's some money. Yeah, but it's coffees and stuff, right? So there's something towards it.
The people and our governments have become disconnected from farming, and it's seen largely as a hobby. Now we are no longer in the CAP. We have more aggressive anti-farming policies than ever before. And this latest government are intensifying that aggressive assault on our industry and this country's food. Food security is national.
Just to say, scrap the IHT, no trade deal with America, let's get back into the EU, we need to be part of a team. This is vital. My business alone lost £60,000 overnight when we left the EU. I'm sick and tired of farming being taken hit after hit after hit. We're on our knees. Enough. We need a government that's going to stand up for us and put us first. The most important thing in our lives, food.
Sometimes feels like farmers aren't listened to. I know there's a feeling that politics doesn't respect people. I know there's a sense that decisions which affect communities are taken millsy by people with little empathy for their challenges. That somehow politics is done to people, not with them. And I know this sentiment is especially strong when it comes to farming and the countryside. So let me start by acknowledging Labour's role in that. It's not deliberate. We do care deeply about the countryside. This is not the place to waste words on the government.
I forgot you could hear me.
But make no mistake, they aren't going to understand the chaos that they've caused and what the cost is. I don't think they can change themselves.
Not too bad. What do you think of all of this?
Well, I think it's very, very important. I think it's something that is deeply going to affect everybody, and I think this could be possibly the route in which Starmer comes unstuck.
How are they going to unstick him?
I think the general population are eventually going to get behind the farmers, and that tidal wave of opinion will affect the voting pattern.
Where do people find you so they can sub to you?
Well, my YouTube channel is Brexit Brian Stovell. Yeah? The government are not stupid. Why do you think they've cancelled all these county council elections? They're all in rural constituencies, places where they know Reform are going to wipe them out. Yeah? Have a nice one, bruv.
100 years ago. He was working hard during the war, just before the war. And that's we were telling farmers then, we want to keep going, we want to keep going. This government's awful decisions are just making it harder and harder. I want my kids to be farming that field, generations in the future farming that field. We can't not just sit back and just let this government walk all over us. We need to be together, we need to be in Westminster all together on the 10th, and I'll see you there.
About 10 years ago, if you'd been in the West Midlands and happened to pass by Ottery Farm between 2 and 3 in the afternoon, you might have noticed a small boy who didn't seem to mind at all how much smaller he was than the cows he was bringing in for milking. The little boy's name was John Hockin, and he'd never known any other life than on his father's farm. John's father was a farmer's son too, and for that matter, there'd been a Hockin at Ottery Farm as long as anyone could remember. These Hockins must have been good science, but their land showed how much care, and what is more to the point, how much hard work.
May I ask you what brings you out here today then?
To support the farmers.
And what's it that you're worried about with the farmers? What do you think is going to happen if this inheritance tax?
I just think it's terribly wrong and a terrible mistake to introduce this taxation, because it shows a complete lack of appreciation of the economics of farming, and it's based on the premise that anybody in a farm is some kind of avaricious rich bastard who, you know, deserves to have their money taken away from them, when in fact, you know, they're getting a very small return on the capital invested. Your farm might be worth millions, and you could be earning a very small annual income from it. You could say it's not economically viable, you know. And I don't think the government actually understands that. I think they are economically illiterate. Well, it's pretty apparent from our Chancellor of the Exchequer. And they haven't got a clue. They couldn't run a piss up in a brewery. And you can quote me on that, okay?
Thank you.
See, yep, you left, 1, 2, yeah, 1, 2,
So what brings you out here today then?
Sorry?
What brings you out here today then?
I'm a farmer from Colchester in Essex, and we farmed on the same land for the last 13 generations, and I think that this is one of the most unkindest cuts of all. They see land as a cash cow, and they just want to take the money away from us, which will mean that the farm will have to be divided up and sold to somebody else who won't care for it as we have done for the past 13 generations. And that, just to give you a scale, that's since the British Commonwealth or the Civil War is when we're talking about. The long time to have been farming in one place. And there are some people who say, oh, you know, aren't you lucky to have all that money? Well, it isn't money, it's what we farm with. If I was a fisherman, it'd be like the government coming along and saying, we want half your boat, but you still got to go and get some fish. And it's not right. So that's part of why I'm here.
Are you worried about BlackRock and Vanguard and other of these big corporations buying up all the farmland?
They are doing that anyway. It doesn't worry me because at the end of the day, they still have to employ people to farm. It's not the most worrisome thing in my mind. The thing that worries me is that my grandchildren may well have to sell the farm and do something else.
Isn't it a bit of an uneven playing field, considering that if the company owns it, they don't need to pay inheritance tax because it's just a company that's owned?
No, it's very true, but that's none of my business. You know, all of my working life, I've been told the best thing I can do is to own the farm when I die, and it can pass on as it has done over the generations. And now we're suddenly told they're going to take 20% of it, and it's a cash cow that keeps giving, because every generation, if they set this up, it's going to carry on 20% until it's all gone. You can't keep doing that.
So what do you see as the way out of this if Labour won't back down?
It will just keep going back until they do. That's what you'll find most farmers will say. You know, we wouldn't be farmers if we weren't a determined lot. We plant and sow our crops without knowing how much profit we're going to make, if any profit at all. We're already taking a risk with the weather. A mere government, they come and go. I mean, I don't know how many governments there have been since the 1500s, but several, and they've all gone. You know, so one day the Labour Party will go, hopefully soon. But there we go.
Who are you supporting?
In what way?
In terms of a party?
I don't support any particular party, and if I did, I wouldn't tell the media.
That is.
I suppose the only thing I would say is I listen to what any local politician has to say and see whether he's going to help me and my area. I don't hold with his presidential thing. You know, President Starmer is, I think his days are numbered because he can't seem to connect with the people. I haven't seen him on a farm yet. He claims to have worked on a farm, but there was certainly no cameras there. So there we go.
So, do you think that we could see blockages of roads? Do you think we could see roads being blocked eventually if this goes on?
So far, everything we've been doing has been about what we're not doing. Last week, there was a lot of us went up the road, the A14, to Felixstowe and Bury St Edmunds, and we were told how to do it by the police, and we complied absolutely. Felixstowe dock remained open, as did the sugar beet factory at Bury St Edmunds, and the traffic could flow. With that number of amount of machinery and the amount of pent-up emotion with all the people who were driving, I think it was a great show of what we didn't do. And, you know, that's far more powerful than going and causing all of our customers, people who eat food, upset by spoiling their days. And, you know, people do have a choice to buy food from abroad, but we'd rather they didn't.
Are you worried about food security in this country, in case there's another war?
Well, all you've got to think about is how quickly the prices went up when the gas was turned off that came in from abroad, and I'm sure everyone notices how much their energy prices have gone up as a direct result of a war in the Ukraine. And in fact, at the same time, the price of wheat started to go up, but that was a temporary blip. If there were to be a major confrontation, there could be real difficulties. We had difficulties, I'm told, my father tells me, that there was difficulties in getting food into the country during the Second World War, where the Germans invaded Poland, and funnily enough, they cut off the wheat supply from the Ukraine. So nobody seemed to have learned anything.
Right, yeah. Well, thank you very much.
And I know it says press on there. Who are you with?
Since GB.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So you've just been live on YouTube now?
Right, okay. Thank you.
Practice. I am an entry-level farmer who started with zero assets, and to find out that once I've worked 7 days a week, I'm going to...
Do you want to interview? Thank you.
You're not allowed to move livestock from one farm to another.
Services at the front. So, you know, where is that money going? Big question mark on that one. But it isn't an incentive to young entrepreneurs, young farmers, young businessmen to get out there and start something.
Lads, can I ask what's bringing you out here today then?
If I'm honest, you're asking the wrong person.
Oh, I'm not one to ask. Nick Kenwood. Nick.
He wants to
Nick,
interview with you.
what's bringing you out? What's bringing you out here?
Why me?
Because you're good.
Hold on.
There's no escape now.
No, so, what do you want me to say?
So, yeah, what are you fighting for today?
Fighting for British farming, really, and how
disgracefully we've been treated, really, and how things need to change. It's can't carry on like this. We all work hard. We all work 7 days a week to feed the country, and it's in every angle the government are just trying to take it away from us in one way or another. And I think this inheritance tax is sort of the final straw. Yeah, it's just going to. So many farms are going to be are going to close, give up. It's not possible to carry on. And these things need to change. Hopefully, us all here might help. Help the government actually see sense and listen to us.
Is it an inheritance tax or is it a death tax?
Well, I'd say it's both, really. It's the same thing, isn't it? The inheritance tax can't be paid back with the sort of profits that we make. As simple as that. You don't have to be a mathematician to work it out. The margins aren't there to pay that sort of money back. That's all there is to it, really. The land is there, and our assets are there to work with. We're rich in asset, poor in cash. Without our asset, we can't produce food. Simple as that.
So, who are you looking towards as people to sort of lead the movement?
Who am I looking? I don't really understand that question. Say that again.
What do you think of Together doing their organisation, Farmers to Action? Are you interested in reform and what they're doing?
I'm not really a politics person, really. I'm a farmer, really, trying to get by. Really, I'm passionate. I'm passionate with my work and what I produce, and take pride in the end product that I sell. Really, we need some support.
And how far are you going to fight this? Will you keep going for months or years?
Well, what can we do, really? We can keep going all the time we can, really, and see. Hopefully, things will change.
And do you think that this might need to be escalated at some point? Move to, stopping roads, or?
Well, I'd be honest with you. Maybe. I don't think it's the sort of thing, really, that us as farmers want to do. We're nice people, we want people to be on our side. We want the public to be on our side. We want them to want to eat our food. We produce the best food in the world, really. It does come with a price. But yeah, so no, I don't think we're going to start vandalising the countryside. Do you know what I mean? I think we've got to. Hopefully, people will work with us.
And so, are you worried about food security in this country?
Well, potentially yes. What could it? We've only got to have another war or another disaster, COVID disaster, for example. Do you know what I mean? Everyone lent on farmers then in COVID. The world's it's a small place, and the food comes in from all around the world. It's contradicting what they say, really. We can produce food locally, and the government don't want us to. They want to ship it in, fly it in. It's crazy.
And are you worried about these big companies like BlackRock taking over and buying up huge amounts of farmland?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I only hear bits. I don't know too much about it, but obviously that would be be horrendous if that does happen. But it's not. I don't really listen to that, if I'm honest. At this stage. But,
So what's your message to people?
Well, support British farming. And I think the more of us that are fighting for it, hopefully we might get somewhere, and I can sort of pass my farm on to my next generation, same as all the other farmers that are here today.
Thank you.
Okay.
On a more positive note, I did engage with the public, like many farmers have done recently, with supermarkets, and I was really pleased that
Not too bad.
They support farmers. The overwhelming message I've got.
What's brought you out here today then?
Hi there. I'm here to support the farmers. I'm an ex-farmer myself. Left the farming industry fully in 1994. Left the industry as a job in 1990. Joined the railways. And the reason I left farming is because as a contractor we lost all our dairy customers because the EU gave the supermarkets the power to buy abroad. All the dairy farmers sold up because they had nothing for their milk. So as an ex-farmer, I'm here to support our farmers because I know exactly what the industry is like. I've recently now, this last 12 months, got back into farming part-time, working for a farm in the Gatwick area. So roll on farming, get rid of Labour and vote reform.
Aha, so you like Nigel?
Yes, big fan, supporter, follower of Nigel Farage. Hopefully he's going to be our next Prime Minister. And look forward again this Labour Party out well before the next general election. Just need our treacherous king to lead that way. And I used to work for Prince Charles because he bought a farm in Lantford Major when I was 17. I worked for him for 6 weeks. So I'm let down by Charles, but we need to turn this country round, support your farmers and support reform. Let's get a proper government in, fresh meat, business people, not politicians, and let this country thrive a good game and make Britain great again.
Do we need our own Doge department?
Do we?
Need our own Doge?
Oh, most definitely, Doge. We got to. There's so much waste, and it's scandalous where our waste is going to, where our money's being wasted. I'm all against tax evasion because I don't like how my tax is being spent, and I don't like the way my tax is being wasted. So if you can avoid tax, avoid it.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Are you keeping good anyway?
I'm keeping cold.
Oh, do you know we're in winter? Can you dress up a bit?
I've got layers. I'll do this up in a second. They're meant to be.
I'm Ruth from Leicestershire. My family has been farming for decades. I'm a 7th generation family farmer. First pigs and now arable crops. It would be really nice to continue that tradition and to build on the hard work that my parents and my grandparents have put in before me.
I really want to send my support to all the farmers. I don't think the average person in the UK really appreciates how important they are to all of us. I just really hope people wake up and give the farmers 100% support before it's too late. Because when it's too late,
yeah, because he defended himself, pleaded not guilty.
So, good luck, guys.
I'm sorry. I support the farmers in stopping the family farm tax. This is really important for every one of us.
Yeah, other than that,
create food, and we need food in this country. We import farms.
yeah, I have to look on your channel now. Is this live or is this
live?
recorded?
You're live on Resistance TV.
The EU.
Bloody EU. Please stand with us and vote for us.
Hi, I'm Susan. I support the British farming because without farmers there will be no high-quality food, no beautifully maintained countryside or enjoy. So basically, no farmers in the future.
For centuries, the patchwork pattern of Britain's countryside has been shaped by the individual skill and labour of farmer and farm worker. The British farmer today is also a mechanic, an engineer working on the lab. To his inborn knowledge of soil and climate, of crops and livestock, he has had to add, during the last 30 years, a knowledge of gears and carburetors, of sprockets and sparking plugs. Agricultural engineering began in Britain 200 years ago, and since that time, the output per farm labour unit has steadily risen until today it is higher than in any other European country. Even before the war, the value of the British farm workers' output was 3 times that of the German
and twice that of the French, Belgian or Swiss worker. In recent years, Britain's home food production has reached new records, largely because of the close cooperation between the farmer, the agricultural engineer, and the makers of farm machinery. Increased speed is the essence of mechanized farming. One man with a machine can do as much as 4 or 5 men with horses in the same time. The greater speed of the machine and the fact that it can combine 2 or 3 operations in one means that the mechanized farmer is far less dependent upon the weather, and that's very important in Britain's changeable climate. This cut and lift machine, for instance, cuts grass and loads it onto a wagon in one operation. The filled wagon can then be taken straight to the dryer or silo. Finally, the machine never tires, and its greater power makes possible the farming of lands which could not formerly be cultivated. The first step in all farming operations is the tilling of the soil, and the first step in the mechanization of the land was the replacement of the horse by the tractor for drawing plows and cultivators. A 4-furrow tractor-drawn plough can plough up 8 acres a day, 8 times as much as used to be possible with the old horse-drawn single-furrow plough. Then huge tractor-drawn harrows break up the soil and prepare the seed bed with the speed and power of 30 horses. When the seed bed is ready, great tractor-drawn drills sow the seed 26 rows at a time. The machines used on British farms have not all been designed and produced in the country's great engineering workshops. Many of them are the result of the ingenuity and invention of ordinary working farmers. A Cambridgeshire farmer, faced with the problem of bringing water from a spring across 2.5 miles of fields, adapted an old mole drainer to lay the pipes underground in lengths of 600 feet at a time. Another working farmer has invented this handy ditcher. Drainage is a vital factor in British farming. Without it, arable land would not be fully productive, and much of the best pasture land would quickly become useless bog. But it is not only in the realm of arable farming that machinery assists the farmer. Nowadays, the time and labor involved in the twice-daily routine of milking large herds has been greatly reduced by taking special equipment to the cows in the pastures. British dairy cows are among the highest milk producers in the world. The result of all this work and effort, of this combination of farming lore and engineering skill, is to be seen in the yield and quality of the crops at harvest time. Never has Britain's soil been more productive than it is today. Hundreds of thousands of idle acres have been brought into cultivation, while old farmlands are yielding more than ever they did. As a direct result of the close partnership between farmer, machine maker, and agricultural engineer, British farming is today more highly organized, more efficient, and more mechanized than ever before in its history.
For too many years, there's been a dangerous, growing disconnect between Whitehall and the countryside, between those who live and work, breathe the countryside, and those charged with enacting policies for us all to live by on a daily basis. And that breakdown, that misunderstanding between the two worlds couldn't have been clearer than in the most recent budget, most particularly the family farm tax. That tax hike risks throwing family farmers under the bus and jeopardising our national food security, one of the most basic jobs of a government to get right. And despite repeated pleas from the rural community for the Treasury to see sense, to get everybody around the table to find a way forward out of the mess. The Treasury have been silent, refusing to accept that they so clearly got this one wrong. This isn't healthy. It doesn't help the countryside, and it certainly doesn't help the rest of the country. Thank you, British media, and most importantly, the great British public. Farmers, we are with you. We will continue to stand by you and fight for you. Rachel Reeves, the Treasury, the government, Prime Minister, it's time to see sense. It's time to stop the family farm tax before it's too late.
We need to show we're listening to the distinctive concerns of rural communities. I want to thank you for your openness in always not only listening to Labour's case, but rightly challenging us when we get things wrong. The best decisions, in my experience, are the ones that are held up to the right light and survive scrutiny. And the worst decisions are the ones that have never been challenged. And let me assure this room, that openness will be reciprocated by my government if we win the election next year. Your input costs, energy, fertiliser, feed, gone through the roof. But the market pressure, the social pressure, which comes with rising food prices, that still remains. You don't need me to tell you all about that. That every day seems to bring a new existential risk to British farming. From bovine TB to avian flu and dramatic changes to our climate. All that losing a farm is not like losing any other business. It can't come back.
I think that agriculture, as part of the food industry, is in something of a mess policy-wise at the moment. We had a clear policy when we were in the EU, whether you liked it or not. There was this thing called a common agricultural policy, and farmers knew where they were with it. When we left Europe, we had no plan whatsoever, and we have spent the last 6 years trying to work out what on earth we want to do with agriculture. Those who thought a bit about it, the Brexiteers that is, the people who wanted us to leave Europe and thought a bit about it, they believed that having left Europe, we would do a trade deal with America and a number of other large agricultural producing nations, and as a result of that we would import a lot more of our food at lower prices. And the quid pro quo, of course, was that we therefore needed to shrink the size of the agricultural industry here. And we've never really got out of that mindset. You know, we still talk ad nauseum about environmental policies, many of which, you know, they're only fumbling to put in place now. We talk about land policies, we talk about flood damage, we talk about planting trees, we talk about everything but production. And if anyone doubts that, I urge them to go to the DEFRA website and plug in the word agricultural production or agricultural production policy. You'll get a few sentences, but it won't be long before you've turned back to us talking about the environment and trees. And yet, what is agriculture? Agriculture is first and foremost a food producing industry. And where we've gone completely wrong is that we've lost sight of that. Of course we have to be concerned about the environment. Of course we have to be concerned to make sure that agricultural production systems are sustainable and that they are not damaging the productivity of the soil or indeed our biodiversity and ecosystem services. We also understand that we have to be moving towards net zero. I put it to you, if you looked on the government website today, you'd think that the primary purpose of agricultural policy was to do with sustainable production and or net zero. It doesn't recognise that the primary objective should be production, and that should be subject to the constraints of producing it in ways that are environmentally friendly and moving us towards net zero. But I would go further. We are really interested in a production policy for agriculture. It's time we stopped thinking of agriculture as an industry on its own. We have to recognise that it is part of this 50 billion food products industry we have in this country. The manufacturers of food products, and 70% of what comes off farms is processed. Food manufacturers can't exist without agricultural products, and agriculture can't exist without food manufacturers. The two are one, really. It's as though we have separated the people who produce cars from the people who produce engines or batteries. We see them all as part of the same industry. We realise they all have to be singing from the same hymn sheet. We realise that if we have a policy for car producers, it also applies to the people who produce the engines, etc. So what we have to do is to get a new mindset in government and in the industry, where we say our future lies in producing food products that people here and indeed across the world would like to buy. British agriculture has an enormously positive reputation, and around the world, Europe and now spreading to Asia and places like that, we have literally billions of middle-class consumers who want to produce products that not only taste good, not only are different and varied, but also, and this is the important point, contain credence attributes. Middle-class consumers increasingly want to make sure that their food is produced ethically. What do I mean by that? It is produced safely. It is good quality. The animals involved have high standards of welfare. The farming practices are sustainable. They're not damaging the environment. And what we know about these so-called credence attributes is that they largely occur at the farm level in the supply chain. Hence, if we really want to motivate the food industry in this country, food production industry in this country, what we need is much closer collaboration between farmers and food manufacturers. We hear absolutely nothing about this really from the government. Of course you can find the odd sentence, about people working together and all the rest of it. They've said that for 40 years. The reality is that as far as the government's concerned, agricultural policy is in one box, food manufacturers in another, and they don't really seem very concerned to get the two working very closely together. If only they could raise their eyes and see how working together we could move this industry forward, not only to producing more food, but in doing so to make sure we deal with the food security problem in this country, we keep food affordable, and moreover, we contribute meaningfully to the government's desire for economic growth and a better trade balance. This is a very large industry, the so-called agri-food industry. Put it together, give it the right policies, and my goodness me, the country will be better off as a result.
So I do apologise to anyone who is waiting. We are waiting for the speakers. They were supposed to start at 3 o'clock, so it appears that they're running behind schedule, so we're just...
The success of the supermarkets in Britain has ensured that the people and our governments have become disconnected from farming, and it's seen largely as a hobby. Now we are no longer in the CAP. We have more aggressive anti-farming policies than ever before, and this latest government are intensifying that aggressive assault on our industry and this country's food and food security. They assume that we will always be able to import food and that we don't need farming. And it doesn't take much to work out that that is a very risky strategy. Britain...
Oliver Field, Farmer, West Sussex. just to say, scrap the IHT, no trade deal with America, let's get back into the EU because we need to be part of a team. This is vital. My business alone lost £60,000 overnight we left the EU. I'm sick and tired of farming being taken hit after hit after hit. We're on our knees. Enough. We need a government that's going to stand up for us and put us first. The most important thing in our lives, food.
Sometimes feels like farmers aren't listened to. And I know there's a feeling that politics doesn't respect people. I know there's a sense that decisions which affect communities are taken miles away by people with little empathy for their challenges. That somehow politics is done to people, not with them. And I know this sentiment is especially strong when it comes to farming and the countryside. So let me start by acknowledging Labour's role in that. It's not deliberate. We do care deeply about the countryside. This is not the place to waste words on the government. But make no mistake, they aren't going to get this. They aren't going to understand the chaos that they've caused and what the cost is. I don't think they can change themselves, and they won't change our country. They're part of the broken system that creates that feeling, that lack of respect for communities across Britain.
Hi everyone, I'm Aleko from Haynes Agriculture at Horsham. Haynes as a company has been supplying the agricultural sector for over 200 years, and we understand the deep connection between your business success and ours. If our customers are under pressure, then so are we. That's why we're so passionate about standing shoulder to shoulder with all of our customers. We also feel that the change to inheritance laws is morally wrong. This only serves to put more pressure not only on farmers, but on the whole rural economy, including us. That's why Haynes Agriculture was standing with British farming.
Hi, I'm Daisy. I'm from
We can't not sit back and just let this government walk all over us. We need to be together. We need to be in Westminster all together on the 10th, and I'll see you there.
About 10 years ago, if you'd been in the west of England and happened to pass by Ottery Farm between 2 and 3 in the afternoon, you might have noticed a small boy who didn't seem to mind at all how much smaller he was than the cows he was bringing in for milking. The little boy's name was John Hockin, and he'd never known any other life than on his father's farm. John's father was a farmer's son too, and for that matter, there'd been a Hockin at Ottery Farm as long as anyone could remember. Hockins must have been good farmers, for their land showed how much care, and what is more to the point, how much hard work they put into it, father and son, generation after generation. So when John grew up and his school days were over, it wasn't surprising that he should want to be a farmer too. It was really what everyone had expected, and it was what his father had always wanted.
Aye, and it's good to have the boy at home again, to work with me on the farm. So it's funny to feel that he knows more about some things than I do now. Not that my experience doesn't count for something. He's going to get that experience now.
Go see what's going on down there, and I'll let you know if there's anything in there.
And a bit of start. And one day he's going to run this farm on his own. When that day comes, I know he won't let the land down. So good luck.
I'm not sure. Behind it, with its view south over a low-pressed field with south-west beyond.
Okay, no worries.
Find someone with science. People with science are always into the interview. And I don't have any other big
Excuse me, would any of you guys be willing to do a quick interview?
Already, several interviews.
Brilliant at it.
Yeah. This guy's turn. Who's it for?
Resistance GB, it's on YouTube, so we're not mainstream media, it's independent citizen journalism.
Go on, wait.
Yeah?
Done my bit. This man wants to do one. Tell him the questions first.
It'll just be generic questions about why you're here today, what you think of inheritance tax.
Oh, not again. It's Dan brought him.
You guys can just say no. You can just say no.
What? It's important.
Do it together.
Go on.
Okay,
No one else is volunteering.
Finally, someone decisive. Right, why are you here today?
I'm here today to take part in this protest against what we're calling quite a ridiculous proposal to make us pay inheritance tax, and it does come across a little bit odd to members of the public maybe that we say that we can't afford to pay this tax, but it is quite an old saying in farming: we are asset rich and cash poor. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm a third generation farmer. I am a custodian of my farm while I'm alive, and I've got my son with me today. He hopefully will be able to take over the family farm. Quite raw for me really, because I've just been through this, lost my father 4 years ago. So we were able to pass the farm down to myself and my brothers, and if I can't do that, it's going to be a pretty sad situation.
So do you mind me asking how many generations your farm's been in your family for?
I'm third.
Right, okay.
So we're just coming up for 100 years on our farm.
Wow.
And it'd be pretty sad if we can't continue that. We've managed to grow and grow with each generation. And my son said to someone earlier, it'd be really sad if he's the one that has to start shrinking the farm, because we would have to sell to pay tax, and then the farm probably wouldn't be a viable business.
So do you think that, sorry, can I just ask what you guys farm?
Yeah, we're mainly arable farmers, but we run sheep as well.
Okay, so what other obstacles have you come up against? Because obviously it's not just the inheritance tax, the price of fertiliser, fuel, equipment itself, everyththing's gone up. How has that been?
Very, very difficult. We can choose not to re-equip and make our machinery last a little bit longer, but in the end you have to change or spend a lot on repairs. Everything's just got so expensive. Fertiliser did really hit us for 1 year, but it doesn't really coincide with really high grain prices. We're not being paid lots of money for what we're producing. We've got crops in store this year which I'm being told are almost impossible to sell. They're not wanted. Well, I find that really difficult when we're importing so much food.
Yeah. How does this feel when we see so much of our money go into foreign efforts? I mean, even foreign farmers, foreign climate change. You know, how does it feel to be? Does it feel like a betrayal by your own government?
Oh, completely. 100% a betrayal. There is millions and millions being spent on things that I can't tell you individual cases, but I don't want to skew it like that, but so many millions being spent that we don't need to be spending, and they've lost support for their farmers completely.
Yeah.
We're not just here because we want to be a problem and we don't want to pay anything. We pay tax like everyone else, but we just can't afford this monumentous tax that we're going to have to pay.
Yeah. How far do you think farmers are willing to go if the Labour Party continues to not listen?
We don't want to have to go any further. So far, everything's been very peaceful and very respectful. You've only got to look at the continent and they're not quite the same. This place would have been covered in muck by now, but we're not doing that yet. And we don't want to do it. We've got a lot of people on our side. The public are really behind us, and we don't want to upset that. The supermarkets are behind us. That does make a change. They still won't want to pay for our produce. People like McDonald's are now behind us. Surely they've soon got to listen.
Yeah, I've got to. Yeah. Thank you for giving me some of your time. If you don't mind, I'll just get a shot with you with your sign. Thank you so much. Have a good one. Pardon? Yeah, I don't know where he went either. I guess I'm on my own. Oh well. Thank you. Would you be willing to do a quick interview at all? Would you be willing to do an interview quickly? Yeah? So would you mind telling us your name and why you're here today?
My name is Sean Henson and I'm here for the inheritance tax.
Yeah. So are you a farmer yourself or are you just here in support?
I help out on farms and stuff, I volunteer and that sort of stuff.
So what does this inheritance tax mean to you?
Well, obviously once a person that owns a farm passes away, they won't be able to afford to keep the farm open. So then I won't be able to go down there and work and things like that.
Yeah. So do you think that inheritance tax should be abolished across the board?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for giving me some of your time. Thank you.
Did you see my shooting jacket?
Oh, wow.
Why should we have local food? Why do we need to protect farming?
It's not. It's just refreshing.
Sorry everyone, I'm just going to quickly wipe off the camera.
And we believe in our country. Making it so difficult to do that. We don't know why.
Yeah, not a problem.
Resistance GB. Is that okay?
Yeah, not a problem.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Okay, so I love your sign. Would you like to tell us a little bit about why you're here today?
Basically to support the farmers and the British public. We've got a government that sort of got itself into Parliament as the so-called leader of this country with a lot of fake promises, pre-election promises, and they haven't honoured any of them, and we're all a lot worse off for them being in power. And, well, unfortunately, I sense it's going to get a whole lot worse.
Do you think that we would benefit from a law that stops MPs being able to break their manifesto once they get into power?
Oh, definitely. Well, it's a form of treason, wouldn't it be, or perjury? Well, if you lied in court, it's perjury, isn't it? And basically, they've lied to the public, and we're all a lot worse off for it now.
Are there any political parties on the rise that have your support or give you hope at all?
I'd like to think Reform UK would be the next government leader, but the problem is we've got UKIP still in the background, and I'm living in fear that they'll split the vote and we'll get this lot back in again.
So, do you think that there are any redeemable qualities within the Labour Party, or do you think that they just have to be replaced?
Well, they've gone too far now. As I say, they've neglected the pensioners, and the other issue that comes to mind is this mass migration. As I say, we've got our own homeless people that are being neglected over these migrants. They seem to get preferential treatment, and they've come in with unknown backgrounds, and we've got issues where I come from in Milton Keynes, where they're loitering around schools. And, well, with the issues that we've had up in Stockport, I dread to think that we'll possibly get something again.
So, obviously, when this policy first got announced, there was a lot of debate between the figures between DEFRA and the Treasury. Do you think that shows that there was a lack of risk assessment by the Labour Party before making this decision?
But to be honest, I haven't followed that side of it, to be fair. But I just feel that the Labour aren't sort of showing the British public any respect whatsoever. They run roughshod over us. They keep on about this deficit that we are of so many billion, yet they still seem to manage to find money for overseas charities and aid and that. So where's that coming from? Hence, that's possibly why we're being sort of heavily taxed now, to sort of cover their sort of generous, overseas payments.
That's great. Thank you for giving me some of your time.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, sorry everyone, I'm just going to have to wipe off the camera again. It's really starting to come down now. Excuse me, would you mind doing a quick interview? Resistance GB. I love your costume.
So which GB?
Resistance GB, we're on YouTube.
Resistance, and what are you resisting? People living there?
Yes.
Good for you.
So, would you like to tell us your name and why you're here today?
Yeah, Chris Green from North Yorkshire, and I'm here to save my industry.
So, are you a farmer yourself? Or
Yes, I am.
in support? So, what do you farm?
We're a joint business. We're an arable business and a poultry business, producing table chicken.
Okay. So, how has this inheritance tax and other obstacles such as the price of fertiliser and fuel affected you?
Well, it's all negative, absolutely all negative. And what we're seeing is that farms that are relatively small are being drawn into under the umbrella of all the tax that's coming for us. And an arable farm is probably worth, a typical 300-acre arable farm is £3 million, plus the infrastructure that's on it. So we're up against it.
Where do you think we are in terms of food security?
At the moment, reasonable. Nothing fantastic, but if this happens, probably 25% food security as opposed to 50 to 60%.
Yeah. So, do you think that this could possibly be part of a wider agenda, or do you think that it's?
I really do believe that, because unless somebody is incredibly incompetent, the figures simply are wrong, and it doesn't take a lot of modelling to find out that the figures are wrong. So the natural conclusion is that there is an agenda, and it's a socialist agenda, which is a land grab.
So can I ask, I'm sure the elephant in the room is, are you dressed like a chicken to represent your animals? Or?
I'm here to represent the poultry industry,
yeah,
which quite often doesn't get the recognition that it deserves. We produce 40 million table chickens a week and nearly 90 billion eggs a year. So it's an important industry. It's a small sector, but it's still a very important industry, and it's very mechanised, and the equipment and the buildings and infrastructure that are poultry businesses are very expensive.
Thank you for giving me some of your time. I hope you have a lovely day. Thank you.
Get jolly cold and enjoy this, and then we're going to give you some speeches. Let's get into the news, guys.
I wrote this song for my kids. It's relevant to pretty much everybody here, I think. So, as soon as the sound guys are ready.
It's time you took the blame. Your party shouldn't be in power, and millions feel the same. And Rachel, can't you do the maths? You got the numbers wrong when it comes to inheritance tax. Yeah, Labour, what gives you the right to take away our future? It's lies after lies. My children just want to carry on the way it's always been. Here's a message from my son. I wanna be a farmer like my dad, but Keir Starmer wants to take our land.
we go again. When we first came to Westminster on the 19th of November, I don't think the government knew what they'd hit them. You came again with your tractors in December, and we're here again today. The message is getting louder. The message is getting clearer. I just hope that the ears are listening, because at the moment they're really not acting. This is the purest form of democracy. A loud and clear demonstration, a legal protest. And I urge all of you to make sure that when you leave here, you do exactly as Liz said. We should never forget how lucky we are in this country to have a democracy. Many people around the world would give their right arm to have a democracy like we do. Those farmers in the Ukraine don't have this moment of opportunity. So let's use our voices. Let's make sure we stand loud and proud, and we make sure that those politicians hear every word that comes from here today. We have a voice, a loud voice, and I think the government are very clear they've woken a sleeping giant. We have to keep the pressure up, and that's what you're all doing here today. And if the government thinks we'll go away, they don't understand you, they don't understand farming, and they don't understand farmers. As Liz has already said, we fight the elements, we fight the markets. All we want is to earn a fair crust from the food we're producing. The challenges are very real. We're not against paying the tax. We'd prefer to pay the tax from the food we produce rather than a death tax, which is simply unaffordable and unacceptable. The sense of betrayal in the industry is one that I've never, ever known. A policy that we were promised would not be introduced. A policy that doesn't do what the government says it does. The Office for Budget Responsibility agree with us. The supermarkets on this occasion agree with us. Even the Observer agrees with us. If the Chancellor is so confident her policy is right, why won't she meet with us to justify the policy? Even the Prime Minister has met. I was able to look him directly in the eye and spell out the awful, inhumane, unacceptable impacts of this policy. Why won't the Chancellor meet? For her, the family farm tax is policy. But for me and for you, it's personal. This week is Yellow Wellies Mind Your Head Week. We all know the untold pressure this is having on our farmers and our farming communities across the country. Can I urge you one more time, on your way home from London when you're back on your farms tomorrow, pick up that phone to a neighbour that you haven't spoken to for a while, or somebody that you haven't seen. We can't let people suffer in silence. We must be there for each other. As President of the National Farmers Union, representing 70% of English and Welsh farming, I've received hundreds of emails, messages about the impacts of this tax. The human impact of this policy is simply unacceptable. It's also economically unacceptable. Economist after economist has turned against the policy. And let's be very clear here today, 75% of farmers producing this country's food will be impacted by the proposed changes to inheritance tax. That's 75% of businesses that will no longer invest for our future, that won't build the resilience that delivers food security. And when the government are sitting there saying that food security is national security, they're sitting there saying they need economic growth, and they're doing everything they can to stop you investing in the future of your businesses. That is simply wrong. They say the policy is well considered, but how can it be well considered when it has that economic impact, the human impact, and the pressure it puts on the farming community? It undermines food security at a time of global insecurity, and it is wrong on so many levels. I've been in Parliament this morning with Labour MPs. We'll be back in Parliament this afternoon, seeing more MPs. We've met over 400 MPs since the 30th of October. The pressure out here creates the pressure in there that we all need to work together. And we should celebrate a united industry, standing here, putting our best foot forward to try and get the changes that we need and to try and get the voices of farming heard. We've had over 145,000 members of the public sign the official petition. Over 275,000 members of the public sign the NFU petition. Public support and a united industry is what will put the pressure on our politicians. And we must think about that as we decide on the next steps that anybody is planning on taking as we continue to build the pressure through this campaign. We must keep the public on side at every step that we take. We cannot and we will not take their support for granted, and it's absolutely essential that every one of us here takes that responsibility seriously. Whether you're an NFU member or not, every meeting we go into, every meeting I go into, stood here with the presidents of Ulster, Scotland and Wales, we carry your weight on our shoulders. We take you into those rooms with us, and we will fight every day until we get the outcome that we need that mitigates the disastrous impact of the proposals that we've seen in the budget. And we recognise that the challenges go far wider than inheritance tax. But the one change that Sir Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves can make today that make this better is to consult or stop the proposals around inheritance tax. And we will continue to fight that until they finally listen. Thank you very much for your support. We'll continue to fight on your behalf. Thank you.
Come, another round of applause for Tom Bradshaw from the NFU. So we've got a great lineup of guest speakers today. If he's ready, I want to introduce our next guest. It's the one and only Gareth Wynne Jones.
Randa, we love you too. Believe it or not, he's tall, Tom. I came in this morning for the third time, and let me tell you, I do not want to be in London. And it is an amazing, amazing turnout. All the tractors and how important food is. But I'm going to give you 2 minutes of my time and 2 minutes of this wonderful lady that I met this morning who's going to tell you her story. This is Caroline Martin.
Thank you, Gareth. So my story is not much different to most of yours out there. I married a 5th generation farmer. I'm a farmer's daughter myself, originally from Devon. I live in Surrey now on an average sized arable farm. My husband passed away 18 months ago, and since then he enabled me to carry on the farm, which I am doing. So, Mr. Starmer and Rachel Reeves, this is not a make-believe story, this is real. I've got 2 daughters. I am going to continue carry on my farm as well as I can with the great support I have around me. I would like to leave the farm for my daughters at least to have the choice to continue to farm it. If this ruling goes in, there is no question that my daughters will have to sell a big part of the farm in order to pay the inheritance tax. And I know that my late husband did not farm his farm before him and before his parents, his great-grandparents were farmers. He didn't do all of that to give it to you. And we should not be supporting the loss of all that independence. We don't just farm, we enable the public to engage with us. We have a farm that is crisscrossed by footpaths. I welcome footpath users, but the government don't support us in any of that. So I'm here just to say that this story's real, and if the government are allowed to continue on this route, there will be no 6th generation farming in my family. It's as simple as that.
Your hands together. Thank you, Caroline. Now this is what makes me angry, and there is farmers, mothers, grandfathers in this audience that are in exactly the same. I went to the Churchill Museum yesterday. I'm sure Mr. Churchill is turning in his grave. They dug for victory. They protected the farmers that kept these cities fed. They've forgotten what we do for them. And we will not back down. We are strong. And we will keep going, believe me, till the last breath in my body. My father's 88, and he hasn't worked all his life the same as mine to give it away to other countries so they can produce food, to bring it back into this country, to challenge us. Millions are sent abroad. Millions. Charity starts at home. And we need to get the message over to government that they need to protect the countryside and the people that are producing food before this country goes hungry. Let's build a better Britain on our bellies. Let's have a farming food revolution. I'm proud to be one small part of this massive, massive cog we are. We hunt, we shoot, we fish, we farm, we produce food. Let's have some respect. Let's have these people listening to what we have to say before it's too late. Diolch yn fawr iawn, thank you very much. Keep up that fight. Love you all.
Come on, another round of applause for Gareth there. I don't think I've seen so many tractors in one place, so fair play to every single one of you who's brought a tractor down today. Absolutely fantastic. So give yourselves a round of applause. Our next speaker is a food poverty campaigner. Please give it up for Dominic Waters.
Okay. Hey, can you hear me? Okay, so I scribbled down some notes, and I was kind of like, I was nervous coming here because, like, in no way am I a farmer. Like, in fact, I don't even have a garden. So yeah, I'm a single dad for my amazing daughter, and we live in the most deprived blocks on our council estate. And here, where we live, our access to fresh food is completely overlooked. And the shop on the estate that we live on, it sells nothing fresh. I scribbled some notes, I'm going to try and use them. But yeah, so the fact that there's nothing fresh in our estate, one, it impacts our community. And a couple of weeks ago, I was asked to like speak on a panel for the Oxford Farming Conference, which is the first time I've ever spoke to farmers. And the panel was focused on how food connects people. But I chose to speak about how food can disconnect people. So at the posh dinner that was the night before I spoke, I didn't know what knife or fork to use or spoon, and yeah, the starter looked more like a dessert to me. And these are just small things, but actually they speak to the distance that we experience between. Recently, or last week, I designed the 4 pillars of food insecurity, which is like a reimagining of the United Nations 4 pillars of security, because we don't experience security in my estate. So I reimagine that. They are a reflection of a disproportionate expectation of resilience in my council estate. And these 4 pictures that symbolize a deep divide between the experiences of the poor and the powerful. And I should say that, oh yeah, the minister, as I said to Ollie, and Liz, the Minister for Food Security, Daniel, shout you out. He quoted my 4 pillars or 4 pictures in the House of Commons last week. But yeah, it really shows you that where we come from isn't a herd community. And what I go through to put fresh, hot food, as we're on pay-as-you-go gas and electric, on my daughter's table is a lot different than, say, what Keir Starmer goes through to put hot, fresh food on his children's table. So I'm here today, thank you. So yeah, I'm here today and I'm grateful to be here, but I'm here today kind of like, what am I asking? So, I don't know, like I started a GoFundMe also last week, and like in a week we got to like nearly £1,000, but I think that our share, and this is exclusive, like I have a little following, but this is exclusive. I want to take over, not take over, that sounds too dramatic, but I want to raise enough funds to lease the shop in my council estate for a couple of years and reach out to my now farmer people to kind of like bring in the fresh meat, chicken and vegetables. Because then that would actually like make you guys, like with collaboration with me, someone actually from there would make like a real difference in a really, really unheard difference. Thank you. Yeah, I want to say like with your guys like input with the University of Southampton School of Geography, with their expertise that are like guiding me, I think it can happen. And I'm speaking from a place of hope, from a place of being forgotten, speaking of a place of trying to speak up for my neighbours. But yeah, thank you to Ollie, thank you to Save British Farming. Yeah, and God bless you all. Dominic Waters, please.
Come on, another big round of applause for Dominic. It's not easy coming up here, speaking. I know myself, I'm shivering a little bit. A lot of eyes on everybody. Next up, we have Ollie Fletcher. You might know him from YouTube, historian, farmer. Take it away, Ollie.
Hello. I just want to make it really clear how much we appreciate people like Dominic being here, because we are here as a community, but also as a minority. And I think it is so important that we create links with other people who have the same interests we do. Growing up, I live on a small dairy farm. Oh, he's here now. That's so beautiful. There is, but this is why we do what we do. When I was growing up, we milked 100 cows, quite often with no money at all. I hope my mother won't mind me saying this, but the carpet we had in our kitchen, she pulled out of a skip and then cut to size with a little scalpel knife, right? We were skint, but the reason that we put up with that was because we believed that what we are doing was of great social utility to people like Dominic. So it is imperative that we support. The agricultural transition is wrong. The Labour Party gave us the cheap food, but as well as that, it ensured cheap, nutritious food for the urban working class. And we believe in that, which is why we stick up and keep working despite all of the stuff we have to deal with. That is the post-war settlement. And now we are here fighting against the very party that gave us those things, because the Labour Party have forgotten what left-wing know what is in the national interest. And that is to say, we know it's a struggle, but we can win this. We know that we are right. And what the government are doing now is unsustainable. They will learn the hard way, as they did in the First World War, as they did in the Second World War, that they need us. Thank you.
Another big round of applause for Ollie there. I don't know why they've got me doing this, but the next speaker, please give that for Gavin Lane from CLA.
Can you hear me? Thank you. And thank you all for coming. I was walking down here a few minutes ago and I was reminded, as Ollie said, about history. You probably remember that a long time ago they used to tax windows. And I was just looking around here thinking actually you could make a few bob out of a window tax and maybe leave us lot alone. But what I was going to say is that the government told us, first of all, they weren't going to change APR. They came to our conference, they said they weren't going to do it. Then they told us that we weren't telling the truth about the figures, and we proved that we were. And now they believe that we are not going away. And I can guarantee to you, and I can see you here, we're going to keep on coming back, we're going to keep on making a noise, and we're going to get this changed, because that's what we've got to do. This isn't about the money, necessarily. We are all here because we want to protect our assets. This is not personal wealth. These are business assets that they want to tax. And we want to provide clean water, good food. We want to provide for the environment. We want to go and do all the things they want us to do. But we can't do this with this tax hanging over all of our businesses. And so we will keep on fighting and we will get this changed. Thank you.
Welcome to London, everybody. I'm a fruit farmer from Kent. Been farming in the same village for about 400 years. People say we should get out more, but it's quite nice where we are. It's lovely to see so many people here today. It's my birthday, in fact, and I know I'm only 21, but it's a hard life. I put an advert out on Facebook, but I didn't expect you all to come. I really didn't think I was that popular. But anyway, seriously. It's great to be here, but it's exhilarating and also a little bit disappointing that to get us all here in London, we've had to come to fight government policy which is going to threaten our livelihoods. It's not a great place to be. However, I just put my glasses on because I've forgotten what I'm going to write down. Whether it's the latest environmental scheme, onerous plan consents, endless audits, or the latest edict on net zero. Sorry. These are all adding costs to our business. Costs that we can't get back from the markets. We seem to struggle to get the prices we need to run our businesses. Farming is a bit like being in a casino. It's difficult to earn your money. I grow fruit for a living, and that's like playing Russian roulette with a machine gun. You just can't seem to get the money out of the markets to justify what you do, and it's getting worse. There's so many risks in the industry. Most of us are only surviving because we get subsidy. And the subsidy is like the heroin of agricultural policy. We expect it to be grateful for it. And to get off the subsidy, we have to negotiate better prices in the markets. But how can we do that when we're hamstrung with government policy? How can we do that when free trade negotiations start bringing food into our country from nations which do not restrict their farming with policy and onerous audits? How can we compete with that food? Yet they still want to squeeze us. Yet they add more cost to us. IHT coming in is just going to be another cost on our bottom line. How are we going to get that back? Subsidy, they say, 4.8 billion or 5 billion, they say, in 2 years. That's the equivalent of about 8 pence per person for every man, woman and child in this country. That's just not enough. So they're cutting back subsidy and increasing our costs. I don't think they're listening. I mean, Rachel Reeves apparently was in customer complaints. I think she's meant to listen, I gather. However, do not be despondent. You always have to be optimistic in this game. That's why we're still here. It's because we are optimistic. It's because we don't give up. The government have three huge problems. Firstly, they cannot put up with food inflation. Food inflation they're petrified of. They don't want to see costs going through to the customers. Secondly, self-sufficiency, food security. Even though we have free trade agreements, there are red lines in that. We cannot outsource all our food security to third-party nations. And then, of course, there's the voter. The government rely on votes, and the public are with us. Every cost they push onto us has to be met with price rises or inputs and savings. And it's physically impossible now to get money from farming. It's not there to take. Even if the government does not listen to us, the markets will. So far, we've been willing to sacrifice profit, standards of living of ourselves, because we've passed on our farms with zero inheritance tax. We're not going to continue doing that. If we have to pay more, we have to charge more. Food inflation is coming down the line. Irrespective of government policy, changes to our industry have always been running. For 400 or 500 years, we've been changing to whatever the country needs, whether we need to produce more or less. We have to be resilient. We have to change with the times. Continuing as we are is not really an option. Future generations will not make the sacrifices we've made. We need to embrace new technology, encourage young talent into farming, excel in our quality, and repay the public for the faith they've shown in us. Don't forget who you are. Turn the frustration and anger and despondency that you feel with the current government into positive energy. Take the fight to them and bring the public on the journey. Never forget you are resourceful, resilient, you are great British farmers, and I'm proud to be here today. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Tim there. Okay, so next up we have a speaker from the Countryside Alliance. Please give it up for Mo Metcalfe-Fisher.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Do you think that Rachel Reeves is listening? Is Keir Starmer listening? Well, then they better hear from us now. Now, I'm going to share some words with you today, and I'm not going to put on a voice. And I want you to know, I want you to see if you remember who said these words, and I'll forgive you if you don't. It feels like a lifetime ago. I want everyone living in the countryside to know that I am determined to roll up my sleeves and restore that bond of respect between politics and people. Who do you think said that? Keir Starmer himself, our Prime Minister. Doesn't that sound like a completely missed opportunity? An opportunity to reset relationships with the farming community and the countryside as a whole. Instead, farmers are here now, when they want to be in the fields and working to produce food, to protect and enhance our beautiful countryside. The countryside that this great city, myself included as a resident here, get to go out, look at and enjoy. It's because of farming that it looks the beautiful place that it does. Thousands of you, hand it to the farmers, thousands of you across the country have joined with other farmers to take part in peaceful demonstrations, and you've been greeted by crowds, people made up from all walks of life, standing together with you to cheer you on, farmers, in this your hour of need. And I want to thank the public. Poll after poll shows that the public side with farmers in this fight and not with the government. They stand with their farmers and they are going nowhere. And it isn't just the public, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, or the countryside. It's Labour's own voters. And if they won't listen to us, I hope that they listen to them. This issue has united so many of us. We've had over 30 town halls in this country, Suffolk, Cornwall, Northumberland and Norfolk, representing millions of people voting through motions to say no to the family farm tax. The media, the great British media from left to right, have issued thousands of stories about the devastating impact that this tax is going to have on innocent farming families. And I want to say a particular thanks to the Daily Express, who has run a superb but heartbreaking Save the Family Farms crusade. Their very own front page today, talking about the heartbreaking situation that so many people here find themselves in now. And farmers did not ask for this fight, but they're not going to back down. And despite all of the warnings, be it from the media, the political opposition, our community, they still won't listen, even when they're reminded about the importance of food security and how this policy, this budget, undermines food security. The most basic job of any government in any country in the world is to get that issue right. And this government so far are throwing that away. Now is the time for the government to listen, to get the NFU, the CLA, the Countryside Alliance, all of the other people and groups represented here around the table to find a way out of the mess. No more puerile, petty politics. We need action and adults. Now, before I came here today, I went on GB News, another fantastic channel, by the way, who have done a huge amount to represent the farming community in this difficult time. And I was up against a former Labour spokesman, and I wound him up a bit. And I let him do the talking. And at the end of that interview, he said, if you can't afford to make the payments, then why don't you just sell up now? The mask dropped, ladies and gentlemen. It dropped. You can find it on Twitter, share it, because that's what they're trying to pretend isn't the reason behind this. And I'll say to you all, and thank you everybody, you look freezing, but this is actually exotic for a lot of farmers, this weather. And I don't know how many more times we're going to have to come to London. But I hope that whatever happens, you all stay and stand by us and stand by our farming community. Thank you so much, and keep fighting. Britain is with you. Thank you.
Come on, another round of applause for Monet Carfisher there. So, we've got a couple more speeches, a couple more people can come up and speak. The next person, I can't believe I'm reading this right. She's a future 9th generation Leicestershire farmer. Please give it up for Jess Sharp.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Sharp. Thank you. I want to share with you today how the impact of the inheritance tax and the government's actions will affect me and the rest of my generation. I've always dreamed of studying agriculture and taking over my family farm one day. Although now I have to question this. 4 months ago, my career plan was to go to an agricultural college. Although now, due to the 101 different ways the government are screwing farmers over, I've had to change my path at such a young age to A-levels due to the uncertainty that now lays within the future of farming. But I am certain I am still an upcoming farmer, no matter the boundaries. I've grown up surrounded by the hard work and dedication of farmers, watching my dad and grandparents work long hours, late into the night, early mornings, every day, every weekend. They don't get weekends off. They don't get Christmas off. They work every single day. For me, it's not just about inheriting some land. It's the continuation of this legacy, the hard work that my ancestors have put into the farm. To work such long hours, but often not much money, you definitely need to have an attachment and passion towards the land. We never really own the land. We are just the custodians until we pass it on. But lately, it feels like the government have been making it increasingly difficult for farmers to continue their vital work. Whether it's inheritance tax, the subsidy cuts, undermining UK agriculture, substandard imports, the US trade deal. The list could go on. How are we supposed to carry on the legacy of our parents and grandparents when we are constantly up against a system that seems to break us? The government continues to impose rules that punish the very people who have dedicated their lives to feeding the nation. They don't see the years of back-breaking work, the early mornings, the sleepless nights. They only see a number on a valuation of the assets. It's becoming clear that the system is stacked up against us, and it's time for this to change. How can we continue to care for the land and sustain the community when the odds are constantly being stacked higher? Who is it that steps in when towns and villages are flooded, when snow blocks the road, or when trees fall, without asking for anything in return? It's us, the farmers. Time and time again, we put in our hard work for the benefit of our community and the environment, but our efforts often go unnoticed by the government. But we continue to do it because it's the right thing to do. And there is still no job better and more important than the one rooted within the land. There are many opportunities for our generation to get involved with farming and make it something new. Technology, innovative farming practices, all with a focus on sustainability. So we, the younger generation, should still take this chance to be a part of this amazing industry. Young people should still embrace farming. It offers a chance to do something that truly matters. Farming isn't easy, but it's a job that gives back more than it asks. For those of you who are thinking about taking over the family farm, I strongly encourage you to do so, as although the financial barriers are now even tougher, farming is still worthy of existence. Let's show this government the future of farming depends on us. If we don't step up, the land that farmers have worked so hard to care for shall be lost forever. Thank you.
Come on, another big round of applause for Jess Sharp there. She nailed it. So we're going to hear from another farmer now. If you put your hands together once again, this is for Sally Field from Sussex. Take it away, Sally.
Hello everyone. I don't actually know how I follow Jess, and I apologise now. My speech was written in haste yesterday, and I'm sure I'm going to repeat a few of the things that have already been covered today. But wow, what an audience, what a day. I feel very privileged and honoured to be part of a farming community and stand in front of you and see all these tractors. It's just amazing. But firstly, I'd like to say that I think you all deserve a massive pat on the back today for coming to London, giving up a day's work and standing here united to try and make a difference and make this government listen and understand to what we're all here for and what we want to achieve. If things were different, we wouldn't be here, would we? Labour has no comprehension of the stress and the ongoing mental anxiety that they are causing to our unique way of life and farming. My name's Sally Field. I'm not a rebel, I'm not a blogger, I'm not a TikToker. I'm just a farmer's daughter with a massive passion for farming and the farming community and the way of life. We are fourth generation farmers of the Duke of Norfolk and Arundel in West Sussex. We're just a normal family that's running a small dairy farm. I don't take a wage from the farm, nor does my brother. You maybe think we're bloody idiots for not doing that. And why do I get up at 5:30 every morning to help milk the cows? It's because we care about the land we farm, we love our animals, proud to be part of a unique industry, and it makes us help to provide food for the nation. For over 20 years, I've been very fortunate to work with 2 farming charities and been honoured to work alongside the most amazing, generous-hearted and resilient bunch of people. During this time, I thought pride was the biggest barrier to the farmers because they never want to ask for help. But now I realise this government is our biggest barrier at this point in time. After an annulus horribilis year in 2022 and my brother wanted to jack it in, I started helping back at home as I was not letting our farm disappear lightly. This is very much more than just IHT. It probably won't affect us as a small dairy farm because we're not bigger and clever enough to be in that bracket. To coin a phrase, this is the final straw. This has been the catalyst for us all to come together and be united and make this government sit up and listen and understand what we do. We need to be valued and paid correctly for the hard work and services we provide. Sorry, my phones are cold. The public have been amazing on the way here today as I came up with my son George in his tractor, but the connection between the farmers and their landscape is massively undervalued. It's just taken for granted. If folk want to walk, cycle, ride and enjoy the countryside, and for it to continue looking the way it does, there's a value. They seem to appreciate it during COVID, but that seems to have been forgotten. Generations of farming families have maintained and created that landscape, which is going to be lost to houses, wacky environmental schemes, wind farms, and we will all be eating low-standard imported food if this government gets its way. They even want to stop our cows farting, but then large businesses can carbon offset by buying up decent farmland just to fudge their own goalposts, which is disgusting. Once this land is gone, it will never come back into food production. It's a finite resource. History and past world wars show how farmers fed the nation, and we must not forget this. History, repeats itself. But sadly, this government does not appear to want to understand or want to listen to any of this, does it? Their knowledge is based on inaccurate information, lies, and generated for their own purposes and gain by folks sitting behind a desk with zero or limited empathy, connection, or understanding of our industry. Each week we hear another grand policy statement on what good they're doing for our economy, and to be honest, the hole just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. As we know, farming is not 9 to 5, it's a way of life. And many folk haven't got the time, energy, resources to be here today, as at home feeding their cattle or sheep, milking this afternoon, or caring for sick, young or elderly family members. To sacrifice a day's wage is too much to ask for many when you haven't had your stewardship money and the bank is on your back. Please think about your neighbours, pop around and say hello and check in with them. On a personal note, for our family, I'd like to thank Ollie Field for being a catalyst back in November, for coming to London on his voucher tractor. He has invigorated and connected with many West Sussex farmers that now will help and support each other going forward way beyond Starmer's reign. Please don't go it alone with any of your worries and problems, whether it's financial, personal. There are people out there that are willing to help, listen and support, and there's always a solution. We're not related, actually. I'm his auntie. There's nothing to be ashamed of by putting your head above the parapet and asking for help. Finally, we will overcome these difficulties by being united and working together, whether on a local or national level with the NFU, TFA, CLA, and drawing on each other's strengths. Work behind the scenes is as important as standing here today. Just remember, no one is bigger and better than anybody else. Please, please drive safely home, and more importantly, look after each other.
Come on, another big round of applause for Sally Field. We're going to hear from one more farmer, and then we've got a very special young guest coming on. So please, in the meantime, give it up for Andrew Gibson from Canterbury.
Hello, thanks very much. Thank you everybody for coming out. So it's a year ago, me and my brother led 30 tractors down to Dover. We were just pissed off with everything to do with farming, all these government policies. We were 30 farmers, 30 tractors, we went down there. Now look at us today. 1,200 tractors here today. Thank you very much for turning up. These people do not understand our connection with our land. Our blood, our sweat, our tears are in that land. We want to feed them, we want to do our best. Leave us alone, let us produce your food. We just want to be left alone to do that. We are the very best in the world at it. Please, just leave us. Thank you very much. I won't be very long. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Come on, another round of applause. All these speakers have done so well. It's so great to hear from so many people and to see all of you out there. It's absolutely fantastic. We really are stronger together. So we've got a very special guest here. We've got a young lad, Bobby. Bobby, come on stage. Please give Bobby a round of applause. It takes a lot of guts to come up here. So Bobby, a few questions for you. How old are you?
10.
You're 10, and where are you from?
I'm from Kent, Tunbridge Wells.
Lovely, right, so, are your family farmers? Does your dad farm?
Yes, we grow a lot of grass, we do sell haylage.
That's really good, and how many tractors have you got? Quite a few?
3. We bought a 6S, but second hand it breaks a lot. It breaks out a lot.
That's great. Now, are you worried about all these changes with the inheritance tax that the government are imposing?
Yes, I wouldn't be a dairy farmer, I do, but this might not happen because Keir Starmer's with this inheritance tax, and it's a debate tonight, and hopefully it will stop. If it doesn't stop, we'll keep protesting, and hopefully it will stop.
That's great. That is so great. So one last question. You've already said this, Bobby, but one last question for everybody here. What do you want to be when you are older?
A dairy farmer. I like to work around silage. I like to be around cows. We have 13 cows, we do.
That's great. Come on, give it a big round of applause for Bobby. That's great. That's what it's all about. Right, Liz is going to come back up on stage now.
We've got a bit of time, and so I'm forcing the team to come on stage here. I just want you to know that whilst I am the gobby one, there is another team here that work hard behind the scenes. So come on guys, come on, stop being bloody shy.
Thank you everybody!
It takes a lot for these guys to put up with one very fiery, feisty woman. And we've had some stressful times in the last couple of weeks. We spent a lot of time on Zoom. We haven't spent a lot of time, enough time or any time, drinking. And tonight we hopefully will make up for that. But I want to say to this team, thank you. I know I've probably been a bit stressed. And honestly, I couldn't have done it without them. You wouldn't be here without them, and we wouldn't be here right now if you guys hadn't played your part, as I said before. So, for those who haven't spoken yet, you know Ollie Fletcher. You've heard of Ollie Field, but he's shy. I'm going to make him say a few words.
Guys, it's up. All right, everyone, listen. Thank you all for being here today. I think enough's been said, to be honest. It's a long road, and hopefully we can keep this up and keep punching hard. So thank you very much for all of you for being here.
Next, we have farmer and wholesaler David Catt from Kent.
Thank you very much, everybody. Honestly, it brings tears to your eyes to see
how much of our industry is here today. From all over the country, guys from Devon, guys from Dorset, Yorkshire, Leicestershire, all over the country. I'm just so proud to be a farmer and have people like you working alongside me. This is make these politicians understand where we're coming from, why we're here and what we want. Let's keep going. Thank you.
Next, I give you Simon Orson from Leicestershire.
Thank you very much, much appreciated. Thank you to everyone, especially those from Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire who have made the trip down. Even Mick. No, thank you very much. It's very important we all stand together, but it's also important that we have a good laugh throughout. And that's what the rest of the day's for. Thank you.
Next, we have Matt Cullen, who is absolutely brilliant at logistics, which is really fortunate because I'm terrible at logistics. And Matt is from Kent.
Hello everybody, just want to say a massive thank you from the bottom of our heart. We never thought we would achieve the numbers we've got here today in tractors from what we did in December. And it has been shocking to the amount that has turned up. The actual rough true figures, give or take a few, which we are still counting, we are virtually close to 1,400 tractors here today in Whitehall. That is something that every one single farmer out there should be absolutely proud of today, that you've made the journey here. So thank you ever so much. Have a good, safe journey home with your tractors, and we'll see you next time. Thank you.
And next we have Douglas Turner from Berkshire.
Hello, thanks for all the guys that come up from Berkshire this morning. A lot of them started to arrive at our farm on Thursday. I hope my voice is coming across okay. I tried to book a speech coach on Christmas Eve, but she was busy, so I went online and she was available and it was a lot cheaper. But no, thank you all. If it wasn't for you, it wasn't for us, we wouldn't be here. We think they may be listening. Whether they take any notice, we don't know. But don't forget, with the British, safe British farming, and nobody farms it better.
And finally, Simon Broad from Kent.
Well, as end of the line, there's not really much more I can say other than just thank you to everyone here for coming and supporting it. Thank you for people who come in tractors, thank you for people who come on foot. It's just quite really humbling to look out at everyone here and just all your support. But keep going everyone, we will win this fight, we will get them to see reason at some point. Thank you.
Thanks very much everyone, and we're going to let Nick and Dad do his song again. And I want to see you dancing. Come on, let's get it going.
So Bobby, what do you want to be?
A farmer!
Let's do it. You want to hear it again then? Let's do it, come on. I've just been told that the words in the video are on the screen over there, so if you want to look at it and sing along, then feel free, please.
I want to be a farmer!
That's my son. I just want everyone to know that. That's what it's all about. The kids, the future.
Hey Kia, it's time you took the blame. Your party shouldn't be in power and millions feel the same. And Rachel, do the maths. You got the numbers wrong when it comes to inheritance tax. Yeah, Labour. What gives you the right to take away our future? It's lies after lies. My children just want to carry on the way it's always been. Here's a message from my son. I want to be a farmer like my dad, but Starmer wants to take our land. Your government will crumble, but the damage will be done. You're gonna get burned when you fly too close to the sun. Watch out, Starmer. They promise change, but it's all the same. They're selling us out for power and fame. They say they care, but it's all a lie. Sitting back and watching while agriculture slowly dies. I wanna be a farmer like my dad, but Starmer wants to take our land. Our family's been farming for more than a century. How is it fair to take my choices away from me? Back off, Starmer. I wanna be a farmer like my dad, but Starmer wants to take our land.
You know, it's simple. All we want to do is farm. Take our land away for whatever reason, we can't. No land, no food.
I want to be a farmer like my dad, but Starmer wants to take our land. Your government will crumble, but the damage will be done. You're gonna get burned when you fly too close to the sun. Back off, Starmer. Back off, Starmer. Back off, Starmer. I wanna be a farmer. Thank you.
Another public announcement. The police have just informed me that they found a credit card for Mrs. S.R. Davis. If you've lost a card, a credit card or a debit card, please come over to the stage. Mrs. S.R. Davis.
Excuse me?
The debate is going to take place
Where would be the best place to, don't want to get in the way of everyone. Okay, we'll just do it. Oh, that's on 1%. Quick battery change. Sorry.
Thank you so much for this.
Yes. Sorry to everyone on the live stream, just quickly changing the battery on the GoPro. Just give me 2 seconds. Oh, numb fingers. Numb, all the cane. No.
Always bigger bit at the bottom.
Pardon?
Bigger bit at the bottom.
Yeah.
So how you remember it. BBB.
I'm so sorry, would you just remind me? I'm so sorry, Jessica Sharp. Yeah, okay, yeah, go there. Okay, so I'm here with Jessica after she's just spoken at the farmers' rally. How was it?
It was great. It was just nice to spread my feelings on what's going on between the government and farmers towards the farmers today. It was just, yeah, really enjoyable.
So obviously you're quite a lot younger than a lot of the people here. How would the inheritance tax be affecting you or your loved ones?
Well, the inheritance will really affect the younger generation as when my parents passed down the farm to me, it's me who's going to have the impact, not my parents. And that, for me personally, we only have a small farm, only really enough farmable for one person. And if we get the inheritance tax, it makes the farm unviable to farm, and we're in a sticky situation of we have to get rid.
So what was it like speaking at the Farmers' Rally and seeing all of the support that we have besides the government?
It really is great, especially with how many tractors there are here today. It's nice to know that even maybe the government aren't listening, the farmers are here just to show that they actually do care and they want change. Yeah, incredible.
So do you think that inheritance tax should be abolished across the board?
I think, I understand the government needs somewhere to get the money from, but it's not the fairest thing, especially for farmers. Their whole life is that farm. For me personally, my dad doesn't earn any money at all on his farm, and basically the farm is all his wage. To then, for me not to pass down the farm after I put all my hard work for often not much money at all, it'd mean that I've got nothing to go off, and the farming would just not be accessible.
Yeah. So what do you say to the people that, okay, cut that a little bit out. So what would you say to all of the people that say that farmers can in fact handle this because they don't seem to realise that it's assets that farmers are wealthy in?
I think that's ridiculous because yes, they are maybe asset rich, but the assets are what they need to be able to carry on farming. Without the assets, they can't farm. So yes, I get they might think farms have got a lot of money, but realistically they haven't, because every bit of their income they put back into the farm for the future generations, and having this inheritance tax doesn't allow the next generation to continue the vital work of farming.
Yeah. So, well, thank you for giving me some of your time. Oh yeah,
I'm 15.
Oh, so you're 15?
Yes. Yeah.
Wow. So this is a big responsibility for you to take on.
Yeah.
Do you get the ideas? Where did you get the ideas for your speech on what to say?
So I did a local speech in Melton, and really just watching everyone else talk about the inheritance tax, especially just with my family, you understand how it's going to impact you, which enables you to talk to other people and express your feelings because you know what it's going to impact you.
Yeah. Well, thank you for giving me some of your time, and hope you don't get too cold.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
We've still got that on linear, so let's just, because I put it on linear, it says, well, I put it on narrow actually, just show you how to do this. So you see here, I put it on standard narrow. I'm just going to switch back to activity. Turn that back off, quick start, so quick start on activity, which is the more stable.
The wife says it's
I thought they were over there.
One series. 25 years time, year 2050, every single this is exactly the time when the policy in place to This country's food security has been utterly destroyed by this government policy. Now,
Sorry, Paul?
So what has it been like at the Farmers Rally today?
Absolutely brilliant. I think nearly 1,400 tractors here today, just showing the strength of feeling within our industry for this inheritance tax and other government policies. The farming industry is really concerned about its future. And our future is your future, because without food, nothing works. There aren't any politics, there's no economics, there's no nothing. So this country needs its farmers, and we want to be here to feed this country. That's why we're here today.
Do you think that we're close to forcing the Labour government to put a reversal on this tax? Or?
They're under an awful lot of pressure. They're under an awful lot of pressure. That's all I can say. They are. What we're doing is raising the public's awareness of what we want, getting the public support, which we're getting phenomenally. The public are behind us. The supermarkets have now come behind us. More and more businesses are coming behind us. We are getting there. We are definitely getting there. They're under pressure now, so we've got to wait for them to make the next move.
Yeah. Obviously, there's been a huge turnout from the farmers today. But how is it to see all of the people that are here to support the farmers?
Yeah, the farming industry is we're insular. We live in the land, we live in the countryside. But all I know is when you drive in, I've done it 3 times. When you drive into London, the support that you get from the people, even the people we're holding up in the traffic, are putting their thumbs up, they're tooting their hooters, they're showing support. In Dover, the last protest we did down there, all the foreign lorry drivers were hooting their horns, and we were holding them up, but they were supporting us. So it's really, really good. It's a good feeling.
Yeah, well, thank you for giving me some of your time.
No problem.
Have a lovely rest of your day. Hopefully you don't get too cold.
No, I'm not. I'm warming up.
No worries. A lot of no's. Okay. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm with Business and Speed.
Yeah, well, it's odd. You go on Max. Well, who's it for?
Resistance GB, it's on YouTube, so we're not mainstream media.
Go on, son. I can't, sorry.
We just really want to try and get some of the younger generation.
Come on, then. Can't be.
You're going to do that?
Beans will do it.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Because these are fucking useless, aren't they? Fucking boys.
Right, so would you like to tell us your name and a little bit about why you're here today?
Yeah, I'm Ben Stickland. I'm from West Sussex. I'm third generation farmer, arable farmer. We're a fairly small farm compared to most farms. 300 acres is actually going on the lower end now in modern day farming. Yeah, the whole inheritance tax thing is going to be a big problem for us because it's going to, like everyone else, we're going to end up selling at least 25% of our farm to cover the inheritance tax when my old man does pass away and so on. It's also a little bit more worse the fact that we're not making any money as it is. due to the prices of wheat, which is our main export of money, and it just keeps becoming more nails in the coffin, just getting worse and worse and worse. And soon we're going to get to a point where we're not going to be able to farm and make any profit, even though we're barely making a profit as it is right now. This is now my 4th time being in London, and to be honest with you, I'm starting to get a bit fed up with it, if you ask me. The whole inheritance tax shouldn't have been a thing in the first place. When people like you say, why am I here? Well, really, I shouldn't really be here. I shouldn't be here in the first place. None of this should have really have happened, if you ask me. But either way, we're stuck with what we've got right now, and it's great seeing that all the other farmers are here showing support and also fighting the same fight that we all agree with. So it's been a great turnout today.
That's great. So, do you think that inheritance tax should be abolished across the board?
I would say it was bad enough before they increased it from 10% to 20%. 10% was just on the limit of variable. I would say, worst case scenario, bring it back to 10%. If anything, yeah, it would be nice if it was abolished, but however, that will also just kick back from everyone else in the world, because everyone pays tax, you know, but it also comes to a point where farmers pay more tax than any other person, really, any other working man sometimes, so it does kind of get a little bit much. People say, oh, farmers have loads of money all over the place, but we don't. We're asset rich. We have no cash. Right now, I'm earning less than below minimum wage, because that's what we can afford. But then, even then, that's my wage is basically the profit margin. So in the end, after paying me, doing, you know, these long hour days, 12 to 16 hour days, it's all for nothing really, just to keep our legacy of 3 generations, 100 years in Sussex, to keep it going, which is an absolute shame. And it's always when you look online, people say, oh well, it doesn't matter, you'll still have a farm at the end, but yes, it may be we'll still have something left, however, it's not enough for us to live. So yeah, it is a bit rubbish.
Do you think it's fair to say that this is a deliberate betrayal by the Labour Party of our food security?
I would say it's more beyond the Labour Party. If it wasn't, if the Labour Party didn't do it, then probably another party would. In terms of politics for me, I'm not really big on it. I'm more concerned of just getting on with my life. I just want to be left to carrying on farming and enjoy what I do best. And that's what we should all be able to do. But the inheritance tax that's coming in is not going to allow us to do that. And yeah, on time helping.
Thank you so much. No, I won't take up any more of your time, but thank you for giving me some of your time.
That's alright, no worries.
We're kind of getting a bit, you know, sounded out now by the tractors. It's getting a bit loud.
Yeah, it's going to get loud.
I believe so, yeah.
The camera work on me with no
I was trying to get in any way I could. Same with Farage, to be fair. So everyone who is still with us, thank you for staying with us this whole time. Obviously now would be a great time for me to say, if you haven't already, please do go to our Patreon to subscribe. For as little as £3 a month, you can help to support our journalism and everything that we do, and also you'll get access to exclusive behind the scenes and footage that we don't put on our main channel. You'll be helping to support citizen journalism and anti-mainstream media, obviously. I thought they were going to announce something. That's the only reason why.
It's going to take them like, what are these, like Tesla tractors going to start driving?
So would you like to tell us your name and just why you're here today?
Hi, I'm Will Shepherd and I'm here on behalf of British agriculture for the nation and rebelling against the inheritance tax, basically.
So do you think that inheritance tax should be abolished across the board?
I think so for industry, because Britain is struggling to keep its industry. We've lost so much industry, not just agricultural, everything as a whole. And I really feel that we need a break. We're the highest taxed nation in the world in my eyes, when you look at other countries, and I think we need a break, and money should be better spent. That's what I do think.
So do you think that the Labour Party is deliberately betraying our food security, or do you think it's maybe erring on the side of incompetence?
There's multiple reasons. I think, yes, I do believe that they're striking deals with other countries for cheaper food, but I do believe also that it's not helping our carbon footprint for what they're wanting to do. I think Labour are trying to rub shoulders with other nations, and they're not looking after what they've got on their doorstep, quite frankly, and this is why we're here.
So do you think that this could possibly be part of a wider agenda?
I do think so, yeah. I think that it's all about politics and government deals. I really do. I think that there's more to it than what they're letting on. And it's not what a lot of voted Labour supporters have voted for, because they're not going with what they've said in the first place. So I think everyone has been fooled by the Labour government.
Do you think that there's any redeemable qualities within the Labour government, or do you think that they just have to go?
They've got to start digging deep if they do, but at the moment, I don't think so at all.
Are there any political parties on the rise that give you any hope, or not at all?
I think Reform are the only ones that are close to getting to where we need to be. The Conservative governments have lost the plot, and I think Reform are going to be the next in power the way they're going. They're talking and they're dealing with people that run businesses. The trouble is with a lot of Conservative and Labour government, they're people that don't run businesses. They don't know how it is to make it work and to employ people. And on the greater scale, when we're talking about employment, everyone's now having to pay more national insurance. Doesn't matter, not agriculture, everyone is paying more national insurance. Where's this money coming from? So it's not just about agriculture.
Do you think, is there a message that you would like to give to the public, or perhaps to the Labour government, if you could?
Support Britain. Support Britain for what it's got. These buildings, look around you now. This wasn't built off the back of a crisp packet. This was built through people, heavy industry, and where Britain was 100 years ago, the Industrial Revolution. That's what built this country, and all they want to do is get rid of it. This is what we do. This is what we made.
Thank you for giving me some of your time. Thank you. Have a good day.
So who are you?
Oh, sorry, I should have introduced myself. My name's Emma.
I do know.
I'm with Resistance GB, so we're on YouTube. So we're not linked to
Okay.
So it's not long hit 100,000 on YouTube.
Okay.
But you can also find us on Instagram.
So it's
Twitter.
GB what, sorry?
Resistance GB.
Resistance GB.
Yeah. I should have cards on me. I keep telling them we need cards. I need something to hand out. Honestly.
You want the votes, you've got to let people know
Thank
you are.
you. Right. See, you get my point.
GB Resistance.
Resistance GB, get the logo around.
Type it in either way, you'll find us. Thank you.
See you later.
I suppose anyone be willing to do a quick interview at all. But Resistance TV, sorry, I should have introduced myself, but Resistance TV interview.
Friend earlier. I'm going to write down your name. Are you live streaming?
Yeah, I haven't got any on camera just yet. It's a live stream, and then I do the GoPro as well to pre-record and edit for later releases as well, just in case the signal crashes.
I personally
Okay, yeah, no worries. I'm just going to be around here kind of until the chapters get going, so, you know, come find me. See ya! Excuse me, would either of you be willing to do a quick interview on with Resistance? No worries, that's fine. Right, so the police seem to be communicating amongst one another that attractors are getting ready to go within the next couple of minutes, so I'll be ready to attempt to stay as close to them as I can, while obviously keeping safe so I can get you guys the best footage possible. And here we have a posing chicken. Lovely. Did you get any more British?
Anything else, we're going to go ammo with this. Lovely, alright.
Yes. Let's go now. I'll get the shot.
They're moving, yep. Those two, and everything's coming right.
here, then we'll be out of the way. And we've got a nice shot of you coming.
Please do go and subscribe to our Patreon. Okay, I'll do it on camera. Okay, so if you haven't already, please do go and subscribe to our Patreon. You can go over there and subscribe for as little as £3 a month. It just helps to cover the cost of our journalism, helps us get to events, any equipment or anything like that, and helps us bring you the stories that the mainstream media won't or refuse to. Also, you can do a one-off donation of £3 at Buy Me a Coffee, and if you haven't already, please do like and subscribe this video and subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can also find us on Instagram and Twitter, and you can find me, E Speaks Freely, on Instagram and Twitter as well. So yeah, thank you, and thanks for watching. If you stayed with us the whole time, well done. It's been a long day. So we're just waiting for the tractors to begin moving, and then I'm going to try and get right at the front while staying safe and try and kind of walk backwards with them, but we're just waiting for them to get moving. To be honest, they haven't really kept with their own schedule today, so apologies for all the waiting around. But they seem to be getting ready to go sort of within the next couple of minutes, so shouldn't be too long. They're trapped?
Let's wrap.
Oh.
Last shout out to the Patreon.
Okay, sorry guys, I'm dying of hypothermia. It seems like maybe the tractors might be stuck, so I think we might be wrapping things up. So just a quick shout out to the Patreon. If you go over and subscribe for as little as £3 a month, As I said before, it just helps us cover the cost of our journalism and allows us to do what we do, allows us to get to these events, to cover them for you, even when the mainstream media refuses to. This is on-the-ground journalism, citizen journalism, farm-to-table journalism. And yeah, if you haven't already, please do subscribe to our YouTube channel, X and Instagram as well. Follow us, give us a like, post notifications, and if you want to make a one-off donation of £3, you can go over to Buy Me a Coffee and do that as well. It'd be greatly appreciated.
Oh, and the new track.
New track.
Defiance.
Oh yes, and also go and check out Defiance Records. We have loads of new music coming from the Freedom Band, the Freedom Movement on there, including Trevor John's new single, Keir Starmer, Protected Jimmy Savile, which, if you like these kinds of events, you'll like the song, trust me. But yeah, thank you for watching.
Back to the studio.
And back to the studio.